Καλή σας μέρα. Χαιρόμαστε που...
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining.
Σε ένα τμήμα του ο Δήμος.
This is a program run by the Municipality of Nea Smyrni. And why is this important? Why should a world made by plastic be a direct threat to our lives? And it is the topic that we're going to address today. We have grouped together scientists who have dedicated their life and their time to tackle those issues. Now, I would like to welcome you, and I would like to present the Deputy Mayor of Environment and Climate Change of our municipality, Ms. Nora Galanopoulou. She is going to make a welcome address. And on my right, you can see Ms. Angela Gaetani, who is also the coordinator of this program, of this project for Nea Smyrni. She is an environmental expert. I would like to ask the speakers of the first session to join us on the panel. As you can see, today's agenda is split across the sessions. The first session consists in the presentation of the project in a way that will be easily conceived and understood by everyone, so that we can then have a fruitful discussion on that. When it comes to the project partners, but okay, Ms. Gaetani is going to talk about those things in further detail. We have three speakers. Ines Frige, who holds a PhD in engineering and life sciences from the Institute for Environmental Biotechnology from Boku University in Vienna, and she is going to join us online. Dr. Fransanda Monte is with us here. She is a chemist, and she is responsible for CETEC's R&D project and the project coordinator of the upPE-T project. It is a project that will be presented today. Please, Ms. Monchos, join us on the panel. We also have Friedrich Leopold, who is going to talk. Just a moment. Let me present you his credential. He is an expert on issues of biocatalysis and chemical synthesis, enzymes, and so on and so forth. And again, he is going to join us online. One of our remote speakers is Mr. Leipold. And Cristiano Varone is also joining us online. He holds a PhD in chemistry and bioscience from Aalborg University. And he's going to talk about the Uplift project. And Dr. Christina Eichenberger from the ASU University. She is a scientific coordinator of another twin project, the Preserve project. Again, this project deals with chemicals, and those are the speakers who represent the European partners, our European counterparts. And we also have with us two ladies, high-level speakers, who are going to talk about the way in which they perceive those issues, the issues addressed by the project, apart from the reduce, reuse and recycle issues and the role of research in industrial innovation, innovative practices towards an integrated waste management. We have Dr. Eri Bizani. She's a chemist and head of the campaign against chemical pollution and of another important project, the Life CHMB project. She's General Secretary of the voluntary organization EcoCity, and she also represents EcoCity. She is with us here today. Please join us on the panel as well. And Dr. Rosie Charitopoulou. She holds a PhD in environmental engineering. Her bachelor is in chemistry. And she is also the Deputy Director of the Hellenic Recycling Agency. Rosie, feel free to join us on stage. Now, before starting this event, I would like to say that we're also being joined by very important friends. I would like to indicatively mention Benetatu Angiuleta from the Hellenic Recycling Agency. Thank you for being with us today. It is a privilege having you with us today. Miss Sofia Konstantopoulou from Elinet, the Hellenic network. The speaker is off the microphone, I'm afraid, so we could not hear her capacity. I apologize for that. And now we also have from Timoth 3 representatives and 3 good friends. Artemis Gdali. We have been friends since always, actually, and we have worked together on numerous projects. She's an amazing person. And at the same time, we also have Alexandra Zamani. Thank you. Vangelis Pedro is also with us here today. Thank you again. Now, when it comes to the municipality, Ms. Galanopoulou is going to talk about those things. That's all from me. Thank you. I hope that we were going to have a very fruitful day. The second session, after the coffee break, will be a discussion panel. And we will have representatives from numerous bodies who will take part in this open discussion about the issues that are of interest, zero waste society and our pathway towards circular economy. Thank you so much for your attention.
Good morning from me too. Good morning to everyone. Welcome into this very interesting conference. And you have just taken a first idea of what we're going to hear by Ms. Karavassili. She's a scientific consultant in the municipality. We also have wishes for our mayor, and I welcome Mr. Yatsidis, Mr. Notis Yatsidis, Elsa Iliadi, a municipal consultant and a doctor who is with us today. Lilipano, Ms. Lilipano, the director, the head of sanitation for the municipality. And I welcome you all. Bienvenidos. Welcome in Spanish to this program. Most of the people here are Spanish. I welcome everyone, and I hope that everything we envision and everything that the scientists have tried to conclude after all this work to combat plastics results in something favorable for our planet, because we are living through a climate change, and the Greek society have taken a very good idea of that with all the fires that we have lived through and the temperatures that have gone out of control. It's already October and we have out of season temperatures. Europe has intensified its efforts to reverse the climate change and take significant initiatives against this climate change and the use of plastic. We are shocked by the data regarding this issue. 80% of waste that ends up in the oceans is plastic. The beaches are also filled with one-use plastics. The authorities in Brussels have deemed as urgent the tackling of issues that result from the erroneous waste management of plastics, and they ask for governments to help toward that direction. We also stress that it is ever more urgent to mitigate the use of plastics that has a great toll in nature and in environmental crisis, of course. And the way we need to address that within the circular economy is among the main themes of the European Union during these last years. In a recent report regarding circular economy of of plastics issued by the European Environment Agency, the need and the possibilities to go into a circular economy and a sustainable economy is addressed. The way of production is not correct, nor the way of consumption. We continuously consume plastics, and that's why consumption and manufacturing requires great consumption of fossil fuels, which also acts in detriment of the environment and climate change. The problem is further enhanced by the strength economic activity, which has resulted in the decline of the oil price, and when this oil is so low, then manufacturers continue producing plastics. If we continue to increase the production and use of plastics, the industry will result in an 80% of global use of oil by 2050, which is a dramatic increase in relation to 7%, which is now the current use. The emissions related to plastic production is 13.4% of CO2. I will skip some of my data because we have a plethora of information on the issue. We need to take radical measures by 2029 within the European Strategy for Plastics and the European Green Deal. And the European Union has announced goals for the immediate future, with member states already bound to go after these goals. Since 2021, we have outlawed single-use cutlery and Q-tips, and plastic bottles have also been in the center of this effort. Member states need to achieve 90% of collection until 2029, and all the aforementioned items will need to be by 2025 but from recycled materials, and by 30% until 2030. We all see that everyone who experiences the Greek summer, we see the pollution of the seas, and of course plastics are also dumped in the sea by fishermen and by fisheries in general, who leave the nets and other materials in the seas. Circular economy is an issue of political priority in Europe, and the main goal of the European Green Deal. There's an increasing interest in amending traditional models and reusing materials and having them stay in the economy for as long as possible, in contrast to single use, and then rejecting them. This amendment proposes a framework and presents the activities that we can take on to effectively introduce circular models. We have an increased interest and beneficial opportunities to change the traditional business models to render them more circular by easing the reuse of materials and having them stay for a longer period in the economy. It's a an important green transition that will achieve the implementation of policies, of relevant policies, and the European program will help toward that goal. And we are very happy to have this program presented here in the municipality of Nea Smyrni today as partners of this program. A program that is the basis of this of today's conference. We were able to hear experts yesterday, very significant scientists talking and researching how we can transition into a different type of production. Let me not go into the chemical substances, it's not my area of expertise anyways. So people, experts that we're going to hear are going to go into that anyways. So it's a program that alters the way that we produce plastics, as well as our education regarding that, the way we consume it, the awareness of everyone in general. So this program, upPE-T, brings optimistic messages and brings us hope to continue making the effort in the EU toward a sustainable way of production and consumption of plastics, introducing new approaches of circular economy and forming circular business models across Europe. The Municipality of Nea Smyrni, as a partner of the program, has taken on the communication, the dissemination of the program, and the certification and participation of actors in disseminating the results of the project through a European platform, a European awareness platform. Today we are going to listen to Greek and foreign scientists and partners alike, and I thank every one of them for being here today. I assume we are quite hospitable and we're trying to make our city better because we want to upgrade the way, the quality of life, and try to manage waste as efficiently as we can, and have recycling being developed as much as we can. I am quite sensitive to these issues, and I'm quite saddened to see everyone using plastics as often as we do. I hope that we will be able to eradicate this phenomenon, or at least come up with different solutions to recycle, reuse, upcycle these bottles, for instance. Thank you very much. I wish everyone a good conference.
Good morning, everyone from me as well. I am Angela Gaitani. I'm going to speak in Greek. Now, upPE-T is a project that is currently in its 4th year of implementation. It is a research innovative program that has received financing from the European Commission, the Horizon 2020 program. And just like it has already been mentioned, the goal is to achieve enzymatic biocatalysis of plastic, its reuse and the conversion of food packaging. This is where we focus because we want to create a new form of plastic that will be dissolved in an easier way in the environment, in order to put that in layman terms. Now, alongside the scientific effort, we try to raise awareness and inform all citizens, because we want them to be aware of the impact caused by the pollution from plastics and how we can opt for alternative ways that will mitigate this burden on the environment. I will be here to moderate the floor. We have some colleagues and associates who are abroad. Some others have traveled to be here with us today. So this is where I am sitting, will be the podium for every speaker, so that everyone who also joins us online will be able to attend. We will start with an online webinar, which is part of that conference and focuses on the efforts undertaken by the upPE-T and the other two relevant projects that have already been funded through Horizon 2020. I'm talking about the Uplift and Preserve projects. More or less, they focus on the same thematic, food packaging and how can this plastic be reused and how it can be dissolved and decomposed in order to obtain a new form. Now, we will start with Dr. Ines Frisch. She is joining us online. She is from Austria. And before giving the floor to Ines, I would like to say that this project consists of 20 partners from 10 different countries. We meet frequently once or twice a year, and I must say that we have forged excellent relations with them. Now, Ines, are you online with us? You can have the floor straight away in order to let us know what's the current situation with plastic and which are the problems with the plastic food packages. You have the floor.
Το μικρόφωνο σου, την ακούμε?
Okay. In the European Union and about materials and what is going on, so to say. The starting point for all these regulations, understanding and treatment of materials and when they became waste is already a very early problem. So I remember I faced it already in the late 1970s, early 1980s, where there had been voices arising about there is a little bit too much waste there around. But nevertheless, it was 1994 when the first European regulation see the light of the reality. And this was the first packaging regulation, packaging directive that clearly mentioned this now so-called R's, this avoiding or refuse, recycling, reuse and recovery. And that's exactly what we are busy about, to understand and somehow to classify products into these clades, into these classes, and try to find a way for becoming as a society in total a bit more sustainable. This very first packaging directive is still in order. It was amended several times. Maybe the most interesting there is the so-called COM 2018, the European Strategy for Plastic in a Circular Economy, where there are a lot of amendments and additions to this directive came to light. There is also a single-use plastic directive which was official in 2019, which was also highly necessary. I will come to this a bit later. This also has, meanwhile, it is not that old, but it also has, meanwhile, 8 more implementing decisions and some amendments there, including some orders for how to recycle, what to recycle, and how to calculate the efficiency there. However, the general aim is to build a circular economy to avoid waste to phase out non-sustainable packaging and tackle the use of single-use plastic packaging. I think that's a very good aim. There are, as a follow-up, technical standards which describe how to work towards the goal of these directives and regulations. And this is done by giving a mandate to the European Standardization Commission, to SEN, and especially when we're talking about packaging and plastic packaging, to the Technical Committee 261, which is responsible for packaging, and the Subcommittee for packaging and the environment. And especially I'm working also there in the working group 2, which deals the bio-based and biodegradable packaging. There are a couple of standards. I guess this is about 50 or so standards then released concerning with overviews and concerning with very narrow technical details. And one of the overview standards is the so-called umbrella standard 13427, which describes what to do, how also to differentiate between different terms, and also how to find as a producer or as a consumer, your way through this jungle of different terms and possibilities to declare your packaging or your material correctly. And I have listed there some of the more specific European standards that also gave overview about their topics as listed here, and especially the organic recovery topic is from my point of view, most interesting. The 13432, which considers all packaging, and for the organic recovery means biodegradability. There are a lot of other types of standards with technical details or analytical details. I will not go into detail now. You see the list, and you will also be provided with a PDF of this slide, so that you can also look there. But a simple search on the European Union webpage will list you dozens, if not hundreds, of detailed standards there, and you can have a look there everywhere. So the standardization for the biodegradable and bio-based packaging material, according to the European standard 13432, is also the base for a labeling, for somehow officially and sanctioned and officially declare your packaging to be suitable for organic recovery. That means, in a more general speech, that means it can be collected together with bio-waste, and it can also be treated together with bio-waste. It does contribute to the production of compost or biogas without any negative influence on the process and on the outcome of the products. That's exactly what is described there, I think, in 45 pages in this standard. What to do, how to measure, what are the limits, what are the standards then to measure it, and if a certain packaging or packaging material fulfills all of the criteria, so it is publicly very often, quite often communicated that one analysis is enough to declare this organic recovery will be, but it isn't. I'm very sorry about, and I have to correct there many times. There are many criteria, and 4 of them are very important. I will talk a bit later, and they are also listed here. And they are very important, and all 4 of them must be fulfilled. There is no opt-out. There is no exchange one criteria with another. So everything has to be fulfilled. And then you can go to a certification institute, and this is on your own choice if you are a producer wherever you like to go. There are many who offer then the certification. That means the evaluation of your investigations or the investigations of an independent laboratory to fulfill all these criteria. So here are the criteria. They are listed here, and I will walk through very, very quickly. It must have minimum 50% organic substances, organic carbon. There are no toxic or suspect components allowed. The biodegradability must be 100% within 180 days, which is measured with a certain indirect parameter. The material must disintegrate. This is different from biodegradation. Disintegrate within 90 days, so in half the time, and no residues are allowed there. And this disintegration then must be the result of a biodegradability. That's very important. And there must not be any negative other effects on the compost quality. So also the remaining or resulting compost there is analyzed. The general intention of this standard, which is very complex, it's not so easy to read, is that no harmful substances are used in the production. The disintegration, as I told you, is because of biodegradation, and the products do not in any form negatively influence the process or the outcome. So generally, I would be able to stop here and everything is told, and now you go out and produce your packaging and you know exactly what to do. But I'm scientist, I'm very, very sorry about. Now you have also to hear the so-called why, because a scientist will not accept anything without knowing why. So let's start. Why a biodegradable plastic? I will also walk through there very, very briefly in Telegram style. You know, there was an initial first problem at the time where plastic was not a common good. So natural materials have a limited lifetime. They decay, they spoil, they will be degraded, they catch mold, they become soft, they break, whatever. So there was a first solution in inventing a resistant or persistent plastic there, which withstands, please be aware of, which withstands any microbial attack. And the chemists, the polymer chemists of that age, between 1910 to 1930 in about, was the development of the polymers, did an excellent job. They did exactly what they are given order to find polymer materials that withstand any microbial attack. Please remind exactly this goal of the invention of plastic. So therefore, a new problem arises, but it is a business problem. These invulnerable products destroy the business, as they will not need to be replaced, as they are, so to say, living forever. And then the next solution was invented called the plant obsolescence, or single-use products, or fashion, or call it as you like. So something that you throw away your already perfect products as you do not need, you do not like, you do not use any longer. And there a new problem arose, and that is now we have this material that withstands any microbial attack as waste and distributed in the environment. And I think there it starts to become a big problem. And then the last solution then was in the late 1990s, in the early 2000s, means, okay, let's do biodegradable plastic, but be aware of, if you loop back to the very beginning, this material should have the same properties as the original natural materials. So they biodegrade, they spoil, they catch mold, and whatever else. So be very careful with calling a biodegradable plastic a solution. It is only a drive back to something where the most thing we gain is we can form this plastic material as, let's say, a thermoplast, or we can cast it into a mold, whatever, and we can give it any shape, any form, very easy, in contrast to a natural grown, let's say, a wood or a stone or whatever, or even metal. This makes the processing more easy. However, why do we need a packaging directive? And as you can see on these photos, it is that with the annual production of 400 million tons of plastic, which consists about 40% in mass, or about 60 plus minus a bit percent in volume of all plastic produced, which is then maybe or most probably single use. This is a lot of material turnover, a lot of waste. And as I show you in these pictures, there are some producers which have really funny ideas how to produce packaging. And at least at this moment, you should be aware of that not all packaging that is sold on the market really has a good meaning, has a good sense, and these products, luckily, with the invention of social media, got earned very well the shitstorms of the public for being really stupid. So why do we need a single-use plastic directive? Okay, the images tell it all. We have the visible problem there, and the images go around. You need only to type in plastic pollution as a term in a Google search, in an image search, and I think you will get thousands and thousands of images about polluted environment. So a single-use plastic directive is way late, way overdone, because of the let's say the business intention, the marketing intention drives more and more turnover without caring about the environmental problem or pushing it elsewhere. There are a lot of visible problems, but I'm also in my scientific work concerned with the non-visible problem, finding the microplastic in soil. And meanwhile, we have analyzed up to several million plastic parts per kilogram of agricultural soil distributed over Central Europe. And this is also something which is not so well communicated, but which adds up over time to a very big problem. So why do we need so many standards? Why do we need to differentiate for a topic that seems to be so simple? It is biodegradable or not, but unfortunately, no, it's not that simple. Unfortunately, we have to look way deeper there and have to understand that biodegradability is not a substance property. So this is very complicated to explain. I will give you a practical experience there. You can see on the photo there is something like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Maybe you will get it also on your meeting today. And I like to encourage you to stand besides this table and watch the other people how they will select and pick up the products, and you will recognize the so-called goodies will be picked up at first, and there are some products which are not so well accepted and recognized that will stay there to the very end. So you have an order of what is best tasting, what is best for digestion, what is best for, let's say, even personal opinion will go away first, and then not so well accepted will stay till the end. And exactly the same is happening with the offering of, let's say, organic substrate to microorganisms. It doesn't matter if it is in compost, in water, in soil, in marine environment, in sediment, or wherever. It's exactly the same. And now remember that the words I told you 4 slides before, there was the invention of a polymer that intentionally should withstand the digestion by microorganisms. So if this material is released into the environment, it will be always the very, very last substance that will be accepted for biodegradation, for uptake into a bacteria cell. And there is an order, and everything else will be digested and utilized before this resilient conventional plastic. However, not a substance property additionally means, and this is also something we can conclude from our day-to-day routine private life. What do you do if you have, let's say, a heap of minced meat bought from the market, brought at home? Would you expose it there to, let's say, sunlight and warm air on your kitchen table, or would you put it into the refrigerator? Or if you already know, oh, today I will not consume it, will you put it into your freezer, for example? And that's exactly also how to influence the time needed until a certain material is digested, is utilized by microorganisms. And if you extrapolate this private knowledge to, let's say, to the environment outdoors and to different substances there, you can already conclude only from different temperatures, but also from other influencing factors, that the biodegradation process will have different speed depending on the environmental conditions. So it will be faster in a warm environment, it will be slower in a cold environment, and it will be completely stopping in a frozen environment, for example. And now we can add on. This is also valid with, let's say, water availability. A biodegradation may be faster if there is not enough water available, but if the environment is completely dry, the biodegradation will stop. It will come to zero. The same is with pH value. The same is with radiation. The same is with oxygen availability or not availability. The same is for salinity, and the same is for the availability of mineral nutrients and trace elements. So these all are influencing factor, and the one with the lowest availability or the lowest life or metabolic activity friendly parameter will limit the total process. So it is no longer a surprise that, for example, in a thermophilic, that means 60 degrees centigrade compost environment, a certain biodegradable polymer will maybe biodegrade within 2 weeks, but drifting in a +2 degrees Celsius water environment, it may need for the same biodegradation 2 years. This is not a surprise. This is easily to be explained because of the living conditions. So why do we have a problem? Or in other words, we would not have a problem if the plastic would not have been released into the environment. There is the persistent plastic meant, but okay, good luck. Or if the released plastic would have been fully biodegradable in a foreseeable time in the environment it landed there. This is also good luck for prediction about which plastic, which product will end up at which part of the environment and which conditions it will find there and how long will it need to biodegrade. So you see, this is not an easy black and white topic. So it's biodegradable, yes, no. It can be biodegradable, but it can not biodegrade because of the environmental conditions. And I wish you good luck in the decision about what of the two possibilities we should influence and bring the public and our total market into a sustainable direction where we do not any longer accumulate persistent plastic as microplastic. So I already told you I do not need to repeat this all here. This is only for your documentation. If you get the PDF, you can read it. It is also very short and very abstracted, but nevertheless, to be biodegradable and to be organically recoverable means the material at the given conditions should biodegrade and as a whole product should disintegrate within a certain time. And now it's very clear why there is such a complex standard as the EN 13432 is, and how it regulates and how it defines. It doesn't regulate, it defines the conditions, the parameters, and also the acceptance criteria very well. This is only to give you an idea about how to analyze. So here on the left side, you have an aqueous biodegradation test where you can see the bottles steered there all together and are rated. In the middle there, you have a composting test where there is solid matrix as a compost therein, which is in an incubator there for elevated temperature to 60 degrees. And on the right side, you see also some practical tests we did very early for looking about what is the behavior, what's the performance and the lifetime of some products. And as the very last, an example from the praxis on when and how a biodegradable product can be useful. So we did already in about 2008, 2009, we did an investigation for our local authority here in Lower Austria, and we packed vegetables, fruit, and bakery products in these biodegradable bags, and to our surprise, the shelf life of these so packed products increased dramatically, and there were a lot of different products we tested. I put there the images from the apples only to demonstrate there what we did. So the packed products were stored at usual household kitchen conditions, so to say, and we checked microbiology, but also weight loss and other things, sensoric tests, and so over time. And on the bottom there, you see a row of 3 surface contamination tests. On the very left, you have what was grown on apple surfaces when packed in biodegradable packaging. In the middle, you see the surface microbiology of apples packed in polyethylene bags. And on the right-hand side, you see the microorganisms which grew on the surface of apples when these were stored without any cover, without any packaging, completely exposed to the open air. And you can imagine from the number of colonies grown there that the biodegradable had the most, let's say, spoiling, hindering property there. Why? It is not fully explained, but we know already it is because of there is no water condensation, because water vapor can pass through this material, and there are lower numbers of settled microbes from the air because of the barrier of the plastic foil itself, so it doesn't accumulate the microbes which are settling together with the dust directly from the air. And I think that's all I like to tell you today. So it was there are a lot of regulations, and our world would be a better world if everybody will follow it, these regulations for, let's say, a better life. But also, I tried to explain you why it is so complicated as we have it here.
Thank you, Ines. I will have to stop you there.
Okay, yes, I'm over.
We will have time for questions in the end of the workshop and the webinar. It was an excellent presentation. Everyone, I'll speak English now. Ήταν πάρα πολύ κατατοπιστική, πολύ παθιασμένη.
Thank you so much for this highly passionate and detailed presentation. I know that we started with a slight delay. You took some more time. Now we will go directly to the next presentation by Fensanda Monto. She is the project coordinator of the upPE-T project. She is representing the CETEC Institute, and she's going to talk about the upPE-T project and the results.
Okay. Thank you, Angela, and thank you to the municipality to give us this opportunity of spreading our work. I'm going to start by introducing the project. Angela already made a nice introduction of the project, and what I want to add is that the consortium was organized and selected in a way that we are covering important knowledge and expertise, because we don't want only to develop a technical solution for plastic packaging. We also want to make sure that what we are proposing is beneficial for the environment and for the society in general. And also we want to contribute with activities that are helping in the transition from linear economy to circular economy. upPE-T proposal is an alternative to mechanical recycling. We are going beyond just recycling. We want to upcycle. Upcycle means transforming waste into a product that has a high value. In our case, we want to transform plastic waste packaging into a biodegradable packaging in a way that we can help the end users, the food industry, to use a more sustainable packaging. To this end, we are developing biotechnologies, some processes, biotechnological processes. We are also obtaining new products that can be processed into new packaging that will be validated by the end users that are the food industry. Here you can see a summary of the biotechnological processes we have developed. In the next presentation, Leopold will explain in more detail this part of this work of the upPE-T project. But I'm summarizing a bit. We have worked on novel enzymes able to degrade plastic. We've worked on microorganisms that are able to transform a product into a different product. We've worked on a new solvent, green solvents, able to extract the biodegradable plastic from the microorganisms. And we work also in obtaining different grades of PHPP to be able to obtain a different type of packaging, flexible and rigid, according to the industry needs. In parallel, as I said before, it is important to evaluate the environmental impact of our solutions, so we are working in a life cycle assessment. We are making sure that the byproduct, the waste, our solution is generated, are being managed in a proper way. And also we are working on standardization, on contributing to standardization and certification. As Ines mentioned before, it's an important part to contribute to harmonized criteria and to help to introduce the new products in the market in a reliable way. Here you can see some of the activities, how we are evaluating the impact of our solution in the environment. We have in the society. We are performing the life cycle assessment, cost life cycle assessment, and also the social cycle assessment by using standardized methodology and by taking into account the raw material, chemicals, energy, water, and transportation involved in our upPET solution. We are also studying, evaluating the hotspots where our byproducts can be detrimental to the environment, and we are proposing a valorization solution for these byproducts, taking into account the use of renewable sources, reduction of water consumption, and also the reuse of raw material and to be a secondary raw materials for another process or our own process. As I said before, we are working on novel standards. We've worked with SEN workshop to develop a new methodology to determine the content of 3-hydroxyvalerate in PHVB. This new methodology is being published. And also our partner Digitouch is collaborating with a certification body in Estonia to develop a new certification for products that contain recycled material, to certificate the exact content of recycled material in different products. And when it comes to important achievements, we've not only working on proposing and developing new biotechnologies, we are also working on scaling up these technologies in a way that they are prepared to be like a first step for the industrial implementation. To this end, we've scaled up the PHVB production to 3-liter fermenters by using waste from the candy industry and by using nutrients that come from the PET degradation, the PET packaging degradation. And the PHVB that we are obtaining has a different kind of hydroxyvalerate content. As I said before, to be able to provide solution for the different kind of packaging that are in the market, flexible packaging and rigid packaging. And here you have a link to a scientific paper where we explain how we have been able to produce this PHVB from candy industry waste, in a way that we are reducing the final cost of the process by substituting primary raw material by secondary raw material. And as a second stage of our project, as soon as we've been able to obtain a PHVB, we need to formulate it in a way that we are obtaining a product, a final plastic biodegradable formulation that will be able to be processed into packaging, and by improving the final properties of this packaging, we are working on introducing nanoparticles to improve the barrier and properties and the mechanical properties of the final material. And also, we are working on assessing the biodegradation and recyclability of the final packaging, evaluating the shelf life of the food that is being introduced in the packaging, and by validating this packaging by the end users in an industrial environment. So what we want is to carry out all the activities necessary for this product to end up in an industrial environment. As important achievement, Boku has worked on modifying nanoparticles, silica nanoparticles, nanocellulose fibers in a way that can be introduced in the plastic, can be properly distributed into the plastic matrix in a way that we are obtaining improved mechanical properties, barrier properties in the final material. And you can see here two scientific publications that are explaining in detail the work done by Boku in this regard. Another important part of our work was to formulate the PHVB we obtained in the previous, with the previous technology. We are transforming this formulation into packaging. You can see here flexible packaging, the formulation that we have developed for flexible packaging. But also we've worked on developing formulation for rigid packaging. You can see here some examples, trays, sticks for lollipops, and this new material, new packaging is now currently being tested by the end users to evaluate sealing capacity of the material, the appearance, texture, thickness, breakability, and transparency. Yesterday, in the meeting we have, internal meeting we have, we could see a nice video where Durukam, which is an industry, a candy industry, was testing our material in an industrial equipment and how our material was performing in an industrial machine where they are wrapping the lollipops and they are using these sticks that I showed before. And as I said at the beginning of my presentation, we are contributing also with some activities that are aiming at understanding how we can transform our economy into a circular economy. Our partner EDI and UNCU has worked on understanding how recyclability in 3 different countries is the status of recyclability in 3 different countries, Finland, Italy, and Serbia. And they are working now on compare these different countries. They have studied legislation in the countries, how they are managing packaging waste. They have studied the policy in the 3 countries to help to provide with policy recommendations. And also they have made a research on citizens and consumer behavior in the 3 countries, and an important research in gender-sensitive policies of the recycling industry. And when it comes to citizen awareness, as Angela said before, we've worked on a website where we have developed a material to communicate a circular economy, information about biodegradation, biodegradable materials to citizens, targeting young people and vulnerable groups. To this end, we have developed a MOOC and a virtual reality app, and also a specific website where we are uploading interesting material with the collaboration of our sister project, Uplift and Preserved. Here you can see a QR to access to this website. Here you can see the web page for the MOOC. There are 4 interesting modules where important information about recycling, reusing, upcycling has been developed. Information about biodegradation and biodegradable materials. Important information about the challenges we are facing when it comes to avoiding the environmental impact of the industry and the processes, and also interesting information about gender aspects. And an interesting virtual reality app in 3D dimensions. We have uploaded in this webpage 6 videos where you can see firsthand the technologies we are developing. And to finalize my presentation, I will talk about an important activity we are developing, that is the policy review. Our partner EDI has worked on identify important regulations related to packaging, to waste packaging, related to bio-based plastic, in a way that they are providing a view of the current policy framework, and also they have anticipating in this final document that they are preparing the changes in the policy at European level, and also the barriers that we are facing when it comes to introducing our material, the material that we are developing, in the market. So they are preparing a deliverable that will include some recommendation that will help our innovation to be implemented in the market. So important activities are not only developing these innovative solutions for this transition into a linear economy to circular economy, but also to provide the tools to be able to implement these technologies in the market, taking into account the impact of these final technologies in society and in the environment. And as part of this work we've done with policy recommendations, we prepare, together with our sister project and 2 more projects, a white paper, and you can find it in Senodo. In this white paper, we have developed a document with interesting identified challenges and policy recommendations to help to implement the technology we are developing in the different projects. And thank you.
I will ask Friedman to come and present his work in enzymaticals.
So thanks for introducing me. I would like to give you an overview of the research activities of the upPE-T project, particularly with regard to how we use biotechnology to upcycle plastic wastes into new bioplastics. I am a senior scientist at Enzymicals, located in Greifswald, a university town in the northeast of Germany, at the coast of the Baltic Sea. Enzymicals has been established in 2009 as a spin-off from Professor Bonscheuer's research group at the University of Greifswald. We thus have 15 years of experience in developing industrial biocatalysis from milligram to ton scale now. Over the course of that time, we have carried out contract research for clients from diverse industries, and we have built a large network of industrial companies. We have also teamed up with other small and medium-sized companies in the biocatalysis sector to form the Enzyme Technology Alliance. The companies of this strategic alliance complement each other in terms of the techniques they offer. This way, we are combining our strengths to develop superior biocatalytic solutions. Enzymicals places a clear focus on contract research in white biotechnology. Our team of around 20 employees is set up to fulfill our clients' needs for efficient biocatalytic solutions. Two equal groups work on biological and chemical topics. They represent the necessary know-how in analytics, molecular biology, fermentation, biocatalysis, and process chemistry. We are thus able to offer expertise over the whole range of biocatalytic development, from initial biocatalyst identification to a proof of concept and further process optimization, and also to scale up of the enzymatic applications. We have contributed with this broad expertise to the development of the upPE-T project, from finding new PETases to upscaling of the plastic degradation and work-up of the degradation products. As Dr. Monzo has just introduced, the upPE-T project aims to upcycle non-degradable plastics into biodegradable plastics, thus creating new value. In order to achieve that, we use diversity from nature. We use either sequence databases, metagenomes, or also actual biological material to find novel enzymes which degrade the plastic polymers, both PET and PE. We found new enzymes, improved biocatalysis, and scaled up the processes. In the case of PET, we break down the polymer into terephthalic acid and ethylene glycol. For polyethylene, in the project plan, we aim to achieve aliphatic compounds. And we plan to use these compounds, terephthalic acid and also the aliphatic compounds, in order to use them basically as nutrients to feed fermentations which will generate bioplastics and particularly PHBV. In order to maximize the carbon efficiency of the project, we aim to use everything which is generated, so also the ethylene glycol. And for this, we envisage to use that to produce green solvent, polyethylene glycol, which should then be used to isolate the PHBV bioplastics. Over the course of the project, we found that there are ways how we can streamline our process to further reduce the work-up steps and to factor in some results which we got, for example, that the polymerization of the ethylene glycol to polyethylene glycol was not as straightforward and also not as environmentally friendly. Therefore, we adapted our approach, starting from finding new enzymes and from degrading the polyethylene glycol, polyethylene terephthalate (PET) and polyethylene into terephthalic acid and ethylene glycol, and then to use the whole biodegradation products to feed the fermentations and for the PHBV bioplastic development. Like that, we can use both the enzymes, microorganisms, and also the degradation products to feed our fermentation, so that no material from the PET and PE degradation is lost. For the PET degradation, there are already examples from Carbios, which is a French company which is already developing and upscaling an industrial plant in eastern France in order to do a chemical recycling of PET. This is a very interesting concept. However, if you chemically recycle the PET, you generate PET again, which is not biodegradable. Our aim, as Dr. Monzo already mentioned, is to upcycle the PET and the PE to bioplastics which are biodegradable. So in order to enzymatically degrade the PET, it is very important that the PET is amorphous. That means there are amorphous and more crystalline forms of PET. You can also see that from in packaging material, where you have, for example, some more labile fruit packaging, for example, for strawberries, which is more amorphous. And then you have more crystalline material, like in PET bottles, which is much harder for the enzyme to attack. So in the first step, CTEC developed physical strategies in order to amorphize the PET material with an extrusion and quenching approach. This means we first melt the plastic and then shock cool it so that it resolidifies in an unordered structure, which we also call amorphous and which is easier for the enzymes to attack. We produce, we also at Enzymicals, we upscaled the PETase production of a reference enzyme in order to showcase the PET hydrolysis on a relevant scale. And we degraded the PET at a substrate loading of 200 grams PET per liter in order to generate a PET, a degradation broth together with the enzymes, which we are then using as a feedstock to feed the microorganism-based strategies to produce PHBV at CTEC Biotechnology and the University of Alicante. At the first step, we are using a microorganism Comamonas, which is able to degrade or to use terephthalic acid as a carbon source for growth, which is quite a particular property of this microorganism. And as a second step, we are using the biomaterial generated in this fermentation to feed the halophilic microorganism Halopherax mediterranae, which then produces the PHBV, the biodegradable plastic, which we are looking to generate as an upcycled material. For the degradation of polyethylene, the degradation is not as straightforward as for the polyethylene terephthalate. The reason for that is that polyethylene does not contain any functional groups which make it easier for enzymes to attack. For that purpose, we first had to pre-treat the polyethylene in order to generate these functional groups which allow the enzymes to break down the material, thus creating a chemoenzymatic cascade for the degradation of polyethylene. This cascade was developed between the University of Greifswald and Enzymicals. The strategy is that we first use some chemicals for oxidizing the polyethylene, namely MCPBA, and then use a cascade of enzymes for both further oxidizing the pre-treated polyethylene material and then breaking it down. The enzymes in this cascade comprise a peroxidase which further oxidizes the material, and in the second step an alcohol dehydrogenase together with an biowilliger monooxygenase are added. These enzymes further oxidize the alcohol groups to keto groups, which then allow the biowilliger monooxygenase to insert further oxygens into the carbon chain, creating esters. And these esters can in turn be cleaved by a lipase. With that strategy, we are able to create diacids, hydroxy acids, and diols, and also carboxylic acid as an outcome of the PE degradation. These degradation products can in turn be fed again into the fermentations, or potentially also be used for other fine chemical purposes. So to summarize, our research activities focused on degrading PET. For this, we optimized the pre-treatment of PET together with CTEC. We identified suitable enzymes, also engineered some enzymes, and optimized the biocatalytic process for the enzymatic PET degradation. CTEC Biotechnology and the University of Alicante optimized the fermentation strategies for consuming the terephthalic acid and ethylene glycol as a carbon source to produce to finally produce PHBV using Halumpherax mediterranei. For the degradation of polyethylene and the upcycling, we developed a chemoenzymatic cascade, firstly a chemical pre-treatment, and then an enzymatic cascade comprising 4 enzymes. Out of this, we generated several research papers, which I am showcasing quickly to you. It is important for efficient PET degradation. One approach is to use a high temperature, which allows also a quicker degradation, and therefore also thermophilic PET hydrolases were developed, but also a degradation of at lower temperatures can have advantages. And for this, we also PET aces which are active at lower temperatures and therefore require lower energy in the process were looked at. We also, particularly our partners, the CTEC and the University of Alicante, contributed significantly to advancing the research in producing PHBV and consuming terephthalic acid with microorganisms in order to provide further progress to the to this holistic concept, going from degrading plastics to upcycling them to bioplastics. So I hope I have shown you that the enzymatic degradation of plastic waste is certainly possible. For PET, it is a bit easier because it can be directly degraded by enzymes. For polyethylene, we need a chemoenzymatic cascade, but it was successfully shown that this is also possible. And therefore, we have provided insight within the project for ways to upcycle the non-degradable plastics to bio-based plastics like PHBV. And these bioplastics offer good properties, but at least so far they remain quite expensive. And we aim to provide a way to provide a cost advantage producing these bioplastics by using non-degradable plastics as a starting material, which is quite cheap waste. And like that, we contribute to upgrading the properties of these bioplastics. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Friedman. Να πούμε ότι το ερευνητικό...
Let me mention that the research part of the job done is on the site of upPE-T and the publications at the last slides of Friedman. If you're interested in looking into more of the biodegradability, we're going to go into the two projects that are directly related to us, our sister projects, the Uplift and Preserve projects. We have Cristiano Varone and Christina Eisenberg. They have 10 minutes each, and let's please try to keep time here. They are going to present very shortly their projects that are very relevant.
In online.
They are both joining us online. Cristiano is on our screen right now.
Move your camera so that you are in the center. Thank you.
Is this better?
It's better, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angela. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can see the slide. Please let me know in case something is not working, but I would like to, first of all, thank the organizers for inviting me and giving the possibility to present some of the ongoing research of the sister project Uplift. My name is Cristiano Varone. I'm Associate Professor in Fermentation and Bioprocess Technology at the Aalborg University in Denmark. And I'm coordinating the Uplift project, which is also dedicated to bio-upcycling plastic into more degradable and more sustainable packaging materials. I would like to start by presenting the consortium. We are 15 partners that together try to cover most of the plastic value chain. You can see here the distribution and the name of the partners. We have recyclers, so plastic and waste recyclers that provide us with their mixed plastic waste, which is the fraction they're not able to sort and they send for incineration, and which we use as a starting feedstock. Then we have different universities working with biotechnology to develop enzymes or microbial processes to break down and to upcycle the plastic. And we have polymer chemists that then help us redesign through eco-design principles new materials that are easier to degrade and are more renewable and more bio-based. And we have compounders that then make different packaging formulations and help us to produce flexible films, rigid trays, and drinking bottles. As you see, we also have an industrial advisory board, and their main contribution is, of course, to help us align our research with the interest of the industries to make sure that what we're developing has relevance not only scientifically, but also for the plastic sector. I would like to give you a little bit a general overview of our idea, of our approach. The idea is to develop an upscale also of something that we call a plastic biorefinery. So how does that work? We start from plastic wastes, and more particularly the mixed plastic waste that currently is not properly recycled. And we have developed different chemoenzymatic approaches to break down these plastics into different monomers, so into the building blocks of these plastic materials. Now, these materials could be simply recycled to the same plastic types, but we already heard from the previous presenter that this would probably just lead to the same difficulty in recycling. So instead of just reusing them in the same way, we basically utilize these monomers and combine them with bio-based building blocks obtained, for instance, through fermentation of organic waste, or we upcycle these monomers into new materials with improved functionalities. You can see here some examples. We produce furan bicarboxylic acid, we produce polyhydroxyl canoates, or bio-based aromatic compounds such as 4-hydroxyphenyl acetate. And the idea is then to design, with the help of the polymer chemists, new materials that combine these bio-based materials and the basically recycled monomers from the mixed plastic waste. Of course, we have a residual fraction that is not hydrolyzable, and that's mainly made of polyolefins. We heard already they're really difficult to break down. So we tried different approaches. We tried biodegradation coupled with chemical treatments, but we also tried to do a thermochemical approach, so chemical recycling of polyolefins through pyrolysis, and the residual pyrolysis wax was then upcycled into polyhydroxyl canoates, which is a bioplastic. So finally, through eco-design, we have obtained different ecopolymers, and with the help of the compounders, we obtained different formulations for packaging material. The final aim is then to produce furan-based plastics, for instance, substituting PET with PEF or PBAT with PBAF, and also PHA-based and PLA-based plastics. And we're also producing some bio-based additives. And final scale-up is to reach TRL6, so a large pilot scale. In the interest of time, I will just mention some of the activities we have been trying to scale up recently, and then I will just show you one case example. So one of the things we have been successfully scaling up is this production of 4-hydroxyphenyl acetate, HPA. This has been done in collaboration between the Forschungszentrum Jülich and Biobased Europe pilot plant, where a new engineered organism, a bacteria called Pseudomonas putida, has been engineered to convert some of its aromatic amino acids into an aromatic building block for plastics. And this has been scaled up to 1,500 liters, and we obtained kilo scale of pure bio-based aromatic compounds, which then are combined together with aliphatic plastics to modulate the properties to obtain more, for instance, biodegradable materials. We have also, together with the partners from Aachen University, developed some non-toxic metal guanidine-based catalysts that are very selective for the recycling of PLA. And we have tested that also on 30 kilo scale. And we have also scaled up the so-called consolidated bioprocess for the production and in the same pot, depolymerization of production of enzyme and depolymerization of PET. And we tested this together with Leibniz Institute HKI up to 300-liter reactors. We tried, for instance, also together with the partner from Boku, Vienna, to recycle, for instance, multi-layer packaging, drinking packaging, such as Tetra Pak, using bio-based or biogenic acid, so acid produced from bacteria to dissolve the aluminum layers, and then with enzymes depolymerize the cardboard part and recycle the remaining pure polyethylene. Couple of other examples, bio-based additives also produced by Boku Vienna. We have obtained furandic carboxylic acid production, both from bio-based feedstock, but also from the ethylene glycol from our PET, the depolymerized PET. And we have also upcycled those, as already mentioned, the polyolefins into PHB. And you can see here the scale is between 20 and 100-liter reactors. I will just choose one example to show you a little bit what we have been doing, since the topic of the conference today is enzymatic upcycling. So I will show you what we've been doing with the depolymerization of different polyesters. You can see here it's not just PET. We focused on different types, also bio-based ones. And our rationale was to test different very efficient systems that are available in literature, so different enzymes, but also different production, so different hosts, different bacteria that can produce these enzymes, and also different secretion systems, so that it's easy to produce the enzymes, and we can also then accumulate the enzyme outside of the cells, which means that we don't need to have a purification step for the following depolymerization. So the rationale was to have a robust platform to produce and transfer this technology and scale up to a large-scale facility. And we wanted to have a thermostable enzyme with high activity that is easy to manage. And you can see here on the right side some of the things that we've tried. We tried different bacteria, E. coli, Bacillus subtilis, Pseudomonas putida, and also a yeast strain, PKPA studies. And we decided that the most robust process was done by working with the enzyme that was developed by Carbos, which is this cutinase ICCG, which is a mutant that is very, very thermostable. So we tested the efficiency just to show, oops, that was too fast. Just to show you how this process works, we took some supermarket PET tray and put it into the bioreactor where our bacteria were growing and producing and secreting this enzyme. And you can see here that within 48 hours, basically 95% of the PET was completely depolymerized, and we were able from almost 24 grams of this PET tray to recover 17 grams of pure terephthalic acid. This was done with pure enzymes. But since we're working with a waste stream, we would actually like to decrease the process cost. So we wanted to see if we can develop this consolidated process. So what happens if we simplify the steps, reduce purification steps, we work only with one reactor and make it a bit more quick and maybe less efficient, but also lower cost. So here an example of the production of this enzyme in a bioreactor. The bacteria are growing, producing these enzymes. The enzymes are accumulating outside of the cells. So we just basically pour inside of this reactor PET waste, either from trays or from bottles, and then analyze the depolymerization with different analytical methods. And we saw that it's still possible to break down 90% of the PET trays. But since we're not working with pure enzymes, of course, the reaction time increases to 60 hours. We also tried it with PET bottles without amorphization. Of course, amorphization is necessary to have a completely efficient process, but from techno-economical analysis, we know that this is one of the most expensive parts in the whole process, basically. So we wanted to see what happens if we don't do this, and we see that it's confirmed that the efficiency is only going down. It goes down to 60%. So this is not an efficient enough process to scale up. So this will require further improvement. So we took the best process that we had, and together with Leibniz Institute scaled this up to 300-liter reactor. added 25 kilos of this post-consumer waste, PET, and managed to obtain around 12 kilos of hydrolyzed terephthalate that was sent to the partners in Dublin at the University College of Dublin and Bioplastic that upcycled this into PHAs, and in this case it was mid-chain length PHAs. And with this, I think my time is up. I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and of course I'm very happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Cristiano, and very time. We will have a chance for people to ask questions in the end of the webinar. So I'm handing over to Christina Eisenberg from Preserve now. Is she online?
Yes, I am. I'm just starting my presentation. Good morning. I hope you can see and hear me, and also, most important, see my presentation. So first of all, I would like to thank you for the invite and the opportunity to talk about Preserve, which is also dealing with upcycling. So the long title is High Performance Sustainable Bio-Based Packaging with Tailored End-of-Life and Upcycled Secondaries. But before I talk about the project, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Christina Eisenberger. I'm Research Group Leader at the Sustainable Packaging Institute of the Albstadt-Sigmaringen University. So where's Albstadt-Sigmaringen? Sigmaringen is here in southern Germany between Stuttgart and the Lake of Constance. It's a city with a historic center and a not so historic so-called Forschungsfabrik where the Sustainable Packaging Institute, SPI for short, is located. And we are involved in research and teaching in 6 thematic areas. And as you can tell by the name, our main research focus is on sustainable packaging concepts because we are on a mission to competently and holistically support all players in the packaging industry along the entire value chain in the life science industry on the way towards a more sustainable circular bioeconomy. So we cover the areas of biogenic raw materials, process technology, process design, functional materials, which is of course important in packaging, smart packaging comprising active and intelligent packaging, preservation and packaging, as well as bioeconomy and sustainability, which basically sums up concept development, life cycle assessments, for instance, and also consumer perception. We are involved in multiple national and international or European funded projects. And today we will talk about Preserve. So Preserve is a 4-year project. We started in January 2021, which means that we are, targeting the end of the project. So it will end in December this year. We are 23 partners, including 7 research organizations and partners along the circular supply and value chain of the project with large end users and the largest bioplastic producer users association. So as you can see here, our circular supply chain from raw materials, plastic, packaging converters, end users, and upcyclers. And as you can see, we have at least 3 industrial partners for each of the sectors. So I think it's safe to say that we reflect our circular supply chain. So why is Preserve needed? In Preserve, we're dealing with multi-layer structures. And in 2021, 90 million tons of packaging were produced in Europe. So which means that Europe is far from its sustainability goals. So for instance, by 2030, we require a recycling rate of 70%. In 2021, this recycling rate varied between 38 and 80% in the member states. And the average was 64%. And that sounds already great, but we have to take into account that this accounts for all packaging materials. So plastic packaging and also fiber-based packaging. And of course, fiber-based packaging has a phenomenal recycling rate of over 80%. But if you only look at the recycling rate of plastic packaging itself, it's about 40%. So we need high-performance bio-based materials to be developed and produced. The recycling approaches need to be better established and in motion to be adaptable. And for certain biopolymer applications, the expansion of the biodegradability to more environments may be beneficial. So what are our objectives within the Preserve project? So we start here with new biopolymer synthesis. And of course, you can just take this and start producing packaging. But what we do in Preserve, we have our bioplastics upgrading and upcycling toolbox, where we have protein barrier coatings and adhesives, PHA coatings, electron radiation treatment and enzymation, so compounding enzymes directly into the packaging film, for instance. And we use these tools in different combinations to generate packaging. And then we have multiple end-of-life options. For instance, we can go for biodegradation. And biodegradation, of course, it depends on the material, will then lead to biomass, which may be used as a building block for new biopolymer synthesis. Or we aim for material recovery. So we go, for instance, for enzymatic recycling, which means that, of course, depending on the material, we can break down the polymers into oligomers, and they can then be fed again into new biopolymer synthesis. Or we go for delamination, enzymatic delamination for recycling, or self-reinforcement of bicomponents, which will lead us to recycled polymers, which then can enter again our bioplastic and upgrading and upcycling toolbox, resulting in new packaging or textiles and composites. So as I said, we are aiming to build multi-layers and recycle these. And one important building block here is the protein coating. For instance, we use whey protein because whey is a byproduct of the cheese manufacturing. The annual production in Europe is around 59 million tons. Currently, half of this whey that is accumulating during the cheese production is not further valorized. So it's a non-food competitive source. It has the potential to be a bio-based alternative to EVOH due to its phenomenal oxygen barrier properties. And as you can see here, this is like a very artificial multi-layer. When used in a multi-layer between two polymer films, it can be used as a separation layer because this whey protein layer can be degraded by enzymes. And then you can actually separate the polymer films and feed them again into the respective material cycle. So we upscale this to pilot plant level, our whey protein coating. Industrial upscaling, we found it to be a bit more tricky than expected. And what you can see here, for PLA, when we have one layer of this whey protein coating, we reduce the oxygen transmission rate by a factor of 26. For PET, it was a factor of 3.5. And our partners from Fraunhofer IVV were actually able also to metallize the protein layer. And upon metallization, we could further reduce the oxygen transmission rate by a factor of more than 160 for PLA. So we're talking about this peak here. And for PET, it was a factor of 135 here. And what you can see here, for instance, is commercially available metallized PET, and here commercially available metallized PLA. And our combination of whey protein coating together with this metallization is actually able to outcompete commercially available metallized films. Then our partners from Planet Bioplastics looked into enzymatic soaps and how to degrade the protein layer. As you can see, they used several different products, and they found the exozyme plus LH and sodium hydroxide to work the best. So with these soaps and with these detergents, they are able to actually degrade the whey protein and to separate the polymer film, which then can be used in a secondary life. And what is our secondary life? So we have the potential for bio-based multi-layers to rethink food packaging. So what we do, we start from flow packs, trays, pouches, beverage bricks. With our upgrading and upcycling toolbox and also our end-of-life toolbox, we design these multi-layers to be separated and to be recycled for high performance application in personal care and transport packaging. So we're going from here to here, injected jars, bottled carrier boxes, and textile bags. And I hope you found that very interesting. And if you're interested to hear more about our project, we will have our final event on the 12th of December as a hybrid event in Berlin. So please feel free to have a look on our website and get registered. As I said, it's hybrid, so you can also attend online. And with this, I'm at the end of my presentation. I would like to thank you for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε, Κριστίνα.
Thank you, Christina. Like you heard, the final event for Preserve, because Preserve is ending, it will be held on December 12th in a hybrid event in Berlin. So if you want to find out more about how you can attend that, reach out to us. This concludes the presentations given by the European partners and our sister projects. And now, let's get down to the Greek reality. We have two Greek chemists who will take the floor. We will start with Dr. Eri Bizani. She will take the floor in order to present the role of research in industrial innovation. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be here today. I'm here in my capacity as a chemist and a person who has not got off the laboratory yet. So I'm very happy to see those projects presented today, because those projects can promote all those developments always to the benefit of society, because research findings can become practical materials, new applications, new products that can eventually be used or be put in practical use. And so good seeing a Greek municipality taking part in such a project. This is not very often when we talk about scientific projects. It's so good seeing the involvement of critical bodies for the practical application. So again, thank you. Now, I would like to say a few words about myself. I'm a chemist. I worked at the Analytical Chemistry Laboratory at the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. We analyze all sorts of samples, environmental, food samples, material samples, practically everything. Analysis has been brought up to an entirely different level. But apart from that, over the past 10 years, I'm an associate of the EcoCity volunteering organization. It's an environmental organization focusing on meeting the needs of the citizens, and again teaching us all about science and modern research. I am here in order to give you the perspective of the chemical synthesis for various materials, plastics among others, as well as the problems that it entails for the health and the environment, as well as the obstacles brought forward for the sustainable management and adoption of a circular model. Apart from that, I would like to focus on the available tools, mainly regulatory and legal tools, that try to make the framework move towards the right direction. Well, we already know, the previous speakers have already talked about that. We try to move from the traditional linear model consisting of 3 stages, meaning taking raw materials from the environment, building materials, and at the end of their life cycle the products would be discarded. Usually they end up either in landfills or recycling centers, or they're being incinerated. And this is a model that leads to overconsumption of resources, generates high amounts of waste, which is not sustainable in the longer run. So we try to move towards the so-called circular economy model. The goal of that model is to preserve the value of the materials for as long as possible, promoting reuse, recycling, and recovery product design. Sustainable, product design. Now, when we start talking about circular economy, we used to rely on the 3R principles: reduce, reuse, and recycle. But in practice, we know that circular economy has to deal with numerous challenges in order to transition from the traditional to the circular model. Those challenges could be summarized as follows. Many businesses put the emphasis on the short-term profit. This means that the adoption of longer-run, more sustainable solutions is delayed or not promoted. This should not be the case. We see that there are businesses that invest in innovation and green development. Change also requires to adopt the design of products so that they can have a longer shelf life. Consumption behavior is another obstacle because many consumers do not know, are not very much aware of the impact, or sometimes they have to deal with the everyday challenges of their life, meaning that they opt for the convenience, and this is why we need to support sustainable products. Last but not least, we have the logistics aspect, the supply chain aspects and challenges. This is very important, especially when we want to move towards a circular model, when all the returns and reuse rates have to be streamlined. Now, those challenges led to a more complex description of the circular economy model. Therefore, we no longer have to deal with the 3 R's, but with far more R's, or even other letters. Now, circular economies have to capitalize on the R's you can see on the screen, meaning they have to rethink, redesign, refuse behaviors, repair, recycle, in order to create a closed-loop system, minimizing the input of resources and reduce the emissions of greenhouse gas emissions and CO2. So circular economy aims at safeguarding the raw materials, the equipment, the infrastructure, and those things need to be used for longer in order to improve and upgrade the productivity of those resources. Circularity relies on the fact that consumption and production can become more sustainable. So we take a couple of steps back compared to what we do at the end of life. When something gets to the end of life, what should we do? This is where recycling and reuse steps in. But before that, we have production and consumption. Those steps precede the other two processes, and those are the steps where we could intervene in order to achieve this circularity. This is something that can be achieved not only through the reuse and recycling, but also through the rethink aspect. We have to rethink the way in which we approach and redesign our products. In the case of circular economy, special emphasis needs to be laid on the redesign aspect. Products need to be redesigned in order to last longer and to be more easily repaired. It is the concept of repair that enters in that closed loop. Some other important steps include the reduction of consumption, reduce or refuse, meaning that we should refuse the consumption of some things in order to consume less. And of course, the remanufacturing of products that re-enter the market in a new format. Now, using all those strategies that I have already described, we create a closed-loop system. We reduce the input of new resources. At the same time, we increase the productivity and performance of resources, and we encourage the long-term use of systems and resources. It is imperative to move towards such an operation model in order to tackle the various issues that are emerging. This is even more imperative in light of the new scientific evidence linked to chemical pollution and the various categories of substances. All these things are omnipresent in the environment, thus affecting both animals and humans and further deteriorating our health. What we hadn't known for the past years, because in the past we would operate in a different way. Various scientific data have resurfaced, and now we know that chemicals that have been proven to be hazardous and are no longer, and their use is no longer allowed in toys or items that come in contact with little children, yet they are present in the food packaging material, meaning they come in contact with food as if children won't consume any food anyway. We know that there are various compound categories, such as the PFAS. They are also called forever chemicals. They are literally omnipresent in our daily use products. It is very difficult for them to be disintegrated, and this is why they are called forever chemicals. They are present in wildlife, organisms, and almost in all humans. Now, we know that they're responsible for numerous cancers and various health problems. It is extremely difficult for us to get rid of them. We also know that many of the items we use on a daily basis are responsible for the endocrine disruptors, and they also cause important problems by interfering to the hormonal system of people. Plastic pollution is another problem. We have already talked about that, but I'm afraid that plastics, although they make our daily lives far easier, all those substances I have been talking about since this morning and all the hazardous chemicals are present there in the plastics. We know that they cause numerous problems, and there are regulations prohibiting their extended use. Over the past years, the production has doubled and is still rising. Although we feel like we have everything under control, I'm afraid that this is not the case. Now, if we focus on plastics, because it is an easier topic for citizens when we talk about chemical pollution, we need to understand, and speakers far more competent than myself have already talked about that. They have been involved in the scientific projects you have already heard about. There's not one type of plastic. In fact, we have various types and kinds of plastics, different formulations and compositions. This is a matter of choice at the time of production. This has to do with the monomer that is polymerized in order to produce this plastic, the various additives that are added throughout production in order to change its properties, as well as the non-intentional substances that might be created artificially. They're present in our factories. The NIASs also create problems and create the hazardousness of the plastics. Their safety depends on the chemicals they contain, as well as their wear-off properties. Over time, plastics are torn apart and they release hazardous chemicals that they contain. And this means that those substances are emitted in the environment and might be ingested by humans. In the case of endocrine disruptors, I would like to say a few words because this is a category of chemicals that acts in a slightly different way compared to what we have known so far. This also shows that we need to consider all scientific evidence and do that very carefully. The plastics contain compounds that fall under the endocrine disruptor category. Those are substances that, let's say, compete the natural hormones and the way in which they function within the human body. They attach to their receptors, and therefore they prevent the molecules to operate from operating in the way they do. They carry messages across the entire organism, and by blocking those receptors, they cause malfunctions. They disrupt the normal function. This has an impact on health. This leads to the so-called lifestyle diseases that have not been studied thoroughly yet. This goes beyond cancerogenesis. This goes as far as obesity-related problems, various syndrome-related problems, cardiovascular-related diseases. And what is most important here is that those compounds function a certain way, meaning that they go beyond the traditional model, meaning that the higher the concentration you're exposed to, the higher the impact. No. In that case, we talk about small doses, and an organism might be exposed to those small doses, and yet the effect will be the non-desirable one. Over the past years, there are some studies being carried out on endocrine disruptors. We have more than $1 billion has been spent on a study that was carried out in the States, and this amount of money has been studied on research on endocrine disruptors. 10,000 papers have been published in international literature in order for us to better understand what's going on with endocrine disruptors. Many of those studies focus on the role held by plastics. The conclusions are far worse than the ones we had foreseen 25 years ago. Let's say that now this problem is so extensive that is inextricably linked to climate change. We have a triplet of urgent environmental issues. We have climate crisis that we are all experiencing, the reduction of biodiversity, and chemical pollution. Three things that are very important, and they're inextricably linked to each other. Now, based on that study, the common exposure levels for those chemicals, meaning the levels to which humans are exposed on a daily basis, might entail a huge impact. Hundreds of epidemiology studies endorse that claim. The same goes with 1,000 laboratory tests run on animal cells and cell systems. So, can plastic additives harm the human health? The answer is of course yes. Many of the additives used in plastics disrupt our endocrine system, leading to various types of cancers, infertility, immunological disorders, neurological diseases. Toxicity does not only stem from the additives. This might also be related to the monomers used in order to produce plastics, meaning the key chemical compounds used, as well as the various ingredients added throughout the production process. And of course, we also need to consider that in some cases we don't even know what additives, what ingredients have been added, and we're unable to isolate and analyze all the products that go on the market. What is most worrying is the fact that some of the substances used for the plastics have not been checked. For example, PBA, alpha bisphenol that you might have heard of, and some other crystallic compounds have been identified as hazardous, and even biodegradable plastics might also contain some of those toxic substances. So we cannot consider plastics to be safe. We must also consider the various obsolescence aspects that emerged during the tests carried out. We know the tests rely on methods of the past and focus on the short-term impact mainly. And the tests have been carried out only in high concentrations rather than testing on what the numerous limitations on the agenda. And the most important thing that one should mention is the following. In order for a new chemical substance to go on the market, it requires a 6-month-long red tape procedure. But in order for that to be prohibited, it takes 20 years. The same process for the prohibition takes 20 years. As soon as a negative of the health is established, up until that item is off production line, an extremely lengthy procedure is being followed. Throughout that period, we're all exposed to all those hazardous chemicals. So you do realize that we need to act preventively, to be proactive, in order to foresee what might go wrong and prevent that from going into the market, because as soon as it enters the market, it is very difficult for us to recall that. We also have the regulation of the classification, labeling and packaging. This is clearer because this has to do with substances that we know to be hazardous, but we also have a certain classification code for that hazardous substances, relying on the way in which they become visible to the consumer. And we also have the sectoral regulations. For example, regulations having to do with pharmaceuticals, biocides, pesticides, and various other categories that we will talk about later on. Things that we will have to tackle in the months to come.
At present time, let's say that these large legislative regulations include some initiatives that we observe in order for us to be able to move toward the correct direction. That is essentially the protection of citizens, the integration of innovation and new solutions into the market offered by science, to integrate scientific data and to translate all that into a legislative framework. We have the restructuring of the REACH regulation that is quite beneficial, but needs to change, reducing bureaucracy, but not reducing the weight towards that's been put on the chemical industry. We have the total obliteration of PFAs, the compounds we mentioned before, the forever compounds. We also have a few more specific regulations that have to do with the rationalization of various regulations that regulate transfer and dissemination of chemicals, and the strategy about eco-design, the designing of ecological and sustainable materials that integrates this redesigning concept, the concept that products are already designed so that they don't have problems when they go into the market, and some special categories of legislation, like legislations regarding toys and products that come into contact with children, that come into contact with foods, with detergents, with cosmetics.
So let me close my presentation. Now we do make an effort to keep the basic principles, the basic rules that will keep these regulations, these tools going toward the correct direction, like One Health approach, that we can't have that we can't face human health without also preserving the health of the environment, the health of all the other organisms in the environment. We have the preventive rule and also an effort to integrate today's science into the legislation that will be provided for. Finally, we do make the same conclusions, and the United Nations organization also comes to the same conclusions regarding chemicals and waste, and they too agree on the issues that concern us all, and the issues that it takes on are the same that we have already mentioned. And what we need to mention is that we do need this holistic approach to problems, which means that we need to synergistically approach the issues when it comes to other serious problems of the environment, not compartmentalize our reactions and our regulations toward the problems. We need to have a grouping approach. We need to universally outlaw PFAS, and we need to go through the so-called reactive to the preventive approach, not to react to the issues that come up, but to try to prevent the issues from arising. We are trying to create warning systems, which are systems that will help us prevent problems and react in a timely manner. And that's why we need transparency, we need the free circulation of information, and we need science to come forward to the public arena. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Καθόλου ενθαρρυντικά.
Thank you very much. All these are not very optimistic, but it is food for thought for the future horizon problem. I'm going to ask to come on the podium Ms. Charitopoulou so that we can go into the break and continue our day. Good evening from me. Thank you very much for having me. I would like to thank the Municipality of Nea Smyrni, which always holds such interesting events. I think that despite the fact that the people have talked about the issues are chemists and are currently chemists. I am a former chemist myself. I do not conduct research. I have taken a different turn that has to do with policy implementing and policy creation. So the title of my presentation is not exactly what I'm going to go into, but Margarita would ask me to go into some issues that have to do with the tools that we have to go into a more holistic waste management, in a rational management that will end up in using less specific plastics. This is a very well-known scheme, the figure that you have seen on multiple occasions. We start with the basic principles in waste management, which is the upside-down pyramid. It's thank you for the national anthem that we just heard. So on top, on the what we would like best is prevention, and on the lowest level is availability. In Greece, we're not very good on this pyramid. We're not very good on prevention. We try to side straight from rejection as a waste management, and we try to go into reuse and then prevention eventually. We also have a very heavy and important framework that guides us. And of course, EU law is very important in that, and the directions that the EU Commission gives towards that, frameworks towards waste management. The Commission is in a reframing, restructuring phase anyway. The goals that they have been set by the EU are very strict by 2020 and 2025 alike, and we are going into an even stricter direction because, as you must have already heard, you know the reasons why we go into a stricter direction. We are trying to reach to by 50% of civil waste by 2020. That's what we were trying for, and we are in that process. We are in a process of reuse and recycling, of excavation and waste to a 70%, and we have done that to a 60% for packaging until 2030 and then 2035. Beyond these basic targets, as I have said, new ones have been implemented that have to do with textile products and the reduction of waste that comes from food, and how we can expand the responsibility of the manufacturers, of the producers, and how we can reach prevention. The regulation, the directive on the packaging directive is at a final stage, but it has not been issued yet, the final document. It should have already been implemented. We have the greater package of circular economy with the roadmaps therein. We also have the single-use products, the Green Deal, and something that's not as well known, which is the same resource for plastic that has been introduced into legislation with the main aim to push member states to reduce their plastic, the plastic that goes to the landfills, that imposes some kind of sanction that is taken directly from the resources paid by the European Commission. All that is a very important part of this effort, and we do need to examine what we need to do to reduce this plastic. What you see here is where we are today in Europe when it comes to the implementation of the directive of 2023. As you can see, as expected, Greece is among the countries that are on the red, which are not few. We are about 10 countries in that area, on that stage. So we have an issue achieving both targets, the main targets of the directive. We do have the countries in the green area that are the good students in that case, and the orange ones who have achieved, who have problems with one of the two targets. Why do we go so much into packaging and plastics? The reason is that numbers are quite important. The total packaging waste that Europeans produce will increase in comparison to 2018 until 2030, and then even more in 2040. And 40% of that waste is plastic material, and 50% is paper that goes into packaging. In civil waste, we have a 36% increase in plastic packaging material, so we can avoid that as well. And for that reason, plastics have been targeted by the European Union to be one of the 5 sectors of activities and prioritization in the Action Plan for Circular Economy. So let's go into the national level. On a national level, on the legislation level, we are quite okay. We were one of the first countries to harmonize, to align the legislation for single-use plastics with Law 4736 of 2020. We will try to implement it in use as well. The law for regulation started in 2021 with Law 4819. Then we went to 2022, and we have a new law of again that does not alter very important points. These are amendments mainly of the European legislation, and we are currently having the discussion of new regulations and amendments of 4819 of Law 4819. This shows a mobility towards this direction, but we do not have the same ability in results. There we have been stuck a bit for a few years. At the same time, we have the national climate law, the national program for the prevention of waste creation, and we have the law that is the basis for anything that we will create henceforth, always aiming to go towards circular economy and increase recycling and go into the upper level of this reverse pyramid that we saw. I'm just going to go very quickly into what is one of the principles that we use to promote what we want is the extended producer responsibility. This is the principle that we have producers and importers of products that go into alternative management that need to finance partly or wholly the recycling and management of these products when they become waste. So we have a circle that is depicted here in the diagram. These are the carriers of alternative management programs, and through contracts they are in contact with local governments in order to have in the industry the materials that we want to use and we want to give a second chance to. Today in Greece we are implementing in seven streams the packaging waste, where you need to dispose the everyday the packages that you use on every day. The blue beans are the most well-known ones. Then we have the WEEE packaging and materials that you need to dispose in specific areas. The waste of oils and lubricants, which are waste from engines, from internal combustion engines. The waste of batteries, essentially. The vehicles of end of life cycle, used elastics of vehicles, and excavation, construction and demolition waste. Most of these streams have a great amount of plastics that we can retrieve in order to boost the entire procedure. From now on, the new law of 4819 will expand this field, and we will include textiles, agricultural materials, toys, mattresses, lights, electric bicycles and light personal vehicles, and we do have high hopes for DRS, for the deposit return system, especially for the plastic bottles, the PET plastic bottles and aluminiums, tobacco products, fisheries, hand tissues and Q-tips. We're good on time, right? So we're not good on time. I'm going to rush through the policy instruments, the policy tools that we have that have been implemented by the Greek state to reduce single-use plastic products. That was a very targeted legislative amendment. We have the environment protection fee. You will be aware that when you take a coffee, a takeaway coffee, you pay a fee to protect the environment as well as for single-use containers for food. That is a 4 cent amount plus the VAT that is collected by the fiscal authorities of Greece and comes back to the state to refund programs for the environment. I'm not sure if every store is implementing that. So the point is about moving towards this direction. We want to provide counter incentives, and that's a tool for policy. And in a research we carried out, a market research we carried out recently, we saw that people do not know a lot about that. They don't know what they pay for, and they think it is another sort of money collection policy of our government. Anyway, we will see how that turns out. The same applies to the recycling fee on the PVC packaged products and the well-known plastic bag fee. Compared to others, we believe that this is something that has yielded fruit. Over time, at least, it is something that ever since it was implemented back in 2016, 2017 and until today, we have seen that there's a reduction in the consumption of plastic bags. Of course, the goal that we have for the year 2030, which is 40 items, I'm not sure how we'll be able to achieve that, because right now we're in the 90 bags per citizen. But okay, we need to keep promoting and pushing to move towards this direction. Now, no need to bore you with any further details. The new regulation, it has set beautiful goals about packaging and packaging waste. We have not seen the final text yet. It is very strict, which means that now we have even stricter provisions in order to change everything that happens. Here, okay, you have already mentioned all those things. No need to repeat myself. We rank low in terms of circularity, meaning that there's still big room for improvement and further actions. And I'd like to say that the local authorities, given that I have worked with municipalities and know how they're struggling to do their job. It is very difficult to implement all this legislation. Many things have to be done. We rank very low, like I said, and therefore we need to take quicker steps forward. I believe that there are some key pathogens that cannot change overnight. Many things need to be structured in a different way. There's a lack of expertise and know-how. We don't have the specialized staff. We do realize that the administrative structures are obsolete. We don't have the funding for all those things. We know that. The comment was off the microphone, therefore cannot be translated. It's true, we need to raise awareness and inform the citizens, and those are some conclusions that we drew from the conference of ESA, the Hellenic Solid Waste Management Association. We need to empower and promote synergies among all stakeholders. There are distortions that need to be removed. We need to carry out audits everywhere. We need to boost the auditing mechanisms. Of course, we need to develop all the things that we have already planned. No need to talk about the landfill tax. That's another hot potato issue. We need to move towards what Ms. Helenopoulou has already talked about. That's my last but not least aspect about the awareness raising and information provided through such events. And all those things need to happen in a more coordinated way. It would be useful for all those conclusions to be further spread and disseminated in order for that to be communicated beyond that room. Apart from all the information we got from the conclusions, all those things need to be conveyed to simple citizens in order to realize why they should refrain from using plastics. That's all. Thank you. I would like to say that after the break that we have, we're going to have a roundtable discussion. We're going to talk about all those issues regarding waste and plastics and what we can do in order to achieve the zero waste society. Now, if you have any questions or clarifications or comments to make, I would like them to focus on the first part of this conference about the presentations that have already been made to both our foreign or Greek speakers. If you have any questions. Okay, we should stop for break. Well, actually, I don't know whether our foreign speakers will be available online after the break. If there are questions for our foreign guests, please ask them now, because we don't know whether they will have the opportunity to stay with us any longer. You need to use a microphone in order to ask the questions. We have the gentleman over there. Please introduce yourself and then ask your question and tell us who this question is addressed to. My name is Kordilis. This is a question to all the panelists. After the break, I'm going to ask Ms. Pisani about her presentation. I would like to ask something about bioplastics. We believe that is a one-size-to-fit-all solution. I don't know whether the panelists could give me an answer as to whether we know that 2 to 3% of bioplastics, if mixed with conventional plastic, which accounts for the remaining 98% of all plastics, everything falls apart and no recycling is ever available. Do you know that? So we want to use bioplastics, but we have not set the proper separation mechanisms. We will just throw everything in, and then bioplastics will be degraded, but up to some point. I would like to hear a comment from the speakers. I don't know who could answer that question. It has to do with the waste, right? when the bioplastic waste is mixed with plastic waste, right? The answer of the gentleman is off the microphone. Oh, wow. At least here in Greece, we cannot separate the various streams. Bioplastics are not being separated from regular plastics. If all plastics are going to recycle together, they cannot be recycled because they have different melting properties. It's clear. It's clear. Fuensanda might give an answer to that. Are you going to give an answer?
That problem is a real problem, a true problem. When introducing the biodegradable plastic in the market, we need a proper system for the waste management. Now, in some countries in Europe, they are introducing a new container that is for composting. So some plastic must be labeled in a way that consumers can know that that's the proper container. But also we want it to be recyclable. So we need to develop a special flow, recycling flow, specific for biodegradable plastic. So that's are the challenges we are facing when it comes to introducing this kind of packaging in the market. So this development must be accompanied by a proper system for waste management. Nowadays, the quicker one is composting in those containers for food and for compostable materials that are biodegradable plastics.
I suppose it's a matter of people knowing which plastic is bioplastic and throwing them in. This is the first step before it goes to the right bin.
That's why labeling is an important part for consumers' information. Yes. Education also, yes.
Labeling as well. So we are facing another problem now. So,
just wanted to add, there is right now a discussion about the labeling regulation. Okay. There is right now a study by the JRC and together with a European committee exactly for these labeling causes. So there is something going on in order to face these difficulties. That's just.
Is there another question for the foreign partners? Okay, not for the next session. Okay. Okay, you are allowed to make a question because we're running out of time.
Hello everyone, I would like to congratulate you. I'm an environmental engineer. I am Sofia Konstantopoulou and my field of expertise is environmental health. We have heard many things from the partners of the project regarding secondary plastics, and Ms. Bizani also talked about humans' exposure to this biopollution. Exposure to hazardous substances that have an impact on the reproduction and the endocrine system with three generations. The three generations that will follow us, it will be equally exposed both voluntarily and involuntarily to all those hazardous substances. Now, when it comes to the secondary plastics, and all partners have talked about that, have you run any studies on the health impact? Because we talk about substances that entail no health risks in terms of what they disrupt in the organism. They have no impact whatsoever on the reproductive system. Are those substances exempted from the hazardous substances we have already talked about? Εδώ ποιος θα απαντήσει.
Response on that. Please.
Yes, well, now that we are investigating about microplastic, how microplastic can be damaged to environment and to the human beings and animals. We know that some additives, because the plastic itself is not damaging, but it goes with some additives that have been proved, some of them, to be damaging. So we need to substitute or to work on other alternatives for these additives. And that's an important research part, how we can elaborate or prepare plastic formulations with more environmentally friendly additives. That's an important part. And well, there is a lot to do in that regard, because different plastics need different additives, and yes. But the industry is aware of this problem and is working on this regard. Yes.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you so much. Okay. The last question we are going to take, that's the last question. The question is off the microphone. Now it's on the microphone. Now, I am Argyros Tavroulaki. I represent upPE-T, the Quality of Life Consumers Association. I'm responsible for the various programs run by upPE-T. My first question has already been answered because it had to do with whether biodegradable plastics can cause a voluntary or involuntary risk to the health. Therefore, we believe that this is work in progress. It has not been clarified yet, according to what I heard before. This might entail risks, similar risks at least, compared to the traditional plastics, right? It's not something that one can give a concrete answer to. Did I get it right? Now, secondly, we heard that the production cost is very high. In the case of biodegradable plastics, I'm talking for the production of biodegradable plastics. Unfortunately, the cost gets to the consumer, and the consumers have to pay that cost. Is there a cost production correlation in order to know what the cost for the traditional plastic is compared to the cost for biodegradable plastics? It would be very important to know a rough estimate. Okay, you say that the production is expensive, but what's the actual difference? Could you give us an overview? The comment was off the microphone. Yes, but it's an important aspect of the production, and given that the speaker said that this production process is expensive and the cost is high, well, this is something that we need to carefully consider. The comments from the audience are off the microphone, cannot be translated. I apologize. Okay, I will give the floor to Fansan again because I cannot see who else is online. And I have one more question. It is for the sister project, the Preserve. Christina, is she with us? I don't know whether she's with us. Yes, Christina is still here, so feel free to ask your question, and then Christina will answer the question. And for Sandra,
question.
There's a technical problem with the sound, and we cannot hear the speaker, I'm afraid. Now we can hear the speaker. Those plastics, how many recycling cycles do they go through? I'm afraid.
Sorry.
Now we can hear the speaker. Those plastics, how many recycling cycles do they go through? I'm afraid.
Well, within the Preserve project, we tested the PLA, I think, for 5 recycling runs. But within the project, it's of course, we go from food demonstrator directly to personal care demonstrator. So we don't know exactly what will be the run through, what will be the lifetime, what is really, let's say, the maximum capacity of recycling the material. Okay, this would of course be another project to look into this. And yes, the production costs for bio-based plastics are higher, but the specific cost difference depends on the specific material. And also on the specific production capabilities, which are of course different between PLA and PHA, for instance, or when we talk about biodegradable, we also talk about fossil-based biodegradable plastics. So we should not forget about this, that, you know, it's bio-based is not directly reflecting to biodegradable and vice versa.
Thanks, Christina. Fuensando, would you like to answer the previous question?
The price depends on the kind of plastic. They are more expensive. Some of them have a more competitive price, but maybe they have more difficulties when it comes to biodegradation. And regarding recycling, it is a research that is ongoing, because we know that this material can be compostable, home compostable, but in terms of recycling, it's something that need to be investigated, because now we don't have a management system for recycling bioplastic, but if we want to develop these kinds of systems, we need to make research on how how recyclable they are. Mm-hmm.
I would like to say, before concluding, in the floor to Ms. Kalanopoulou, that those are projects that started on the rationale of addressing specific questions. So we have not taken any steps further. I believe that this is another piece of research that needs to be carried out in terms of health and waste. Now, the floor back to Ms. Kalanopoulou in order to conclude the first part. Okay, I just wanted to ask a philosophical question because, like I said, I'm a philosopher. This whole discussion today leads me to Protagoras of Plato, where he says that for specific issues we need to ask specific people. For political issues we need to ask the politicians. Therefore, we need those conclusions and the research carried out by the specialists in order to give better solutions. And those things need to reach the politicians. The politicians need to listen to the experts' conclusions so that they can adopt the relevant practices that will lead to the practical implementation of those things. We need a combination of politics and science, and this can be but promising for the future. Thank you. Now we go on break.
Παρακαλώ πολύ, όποιος είναι να φύγει, να αφήσει τα ακουστικά, μην ξεχάσει και τα πάρει μαζί του.
Σας ενημερώνω ότι το φαγητό θα μείνει εδώ όπως το βλέπετε, ούτως ώστε μπορείτε να φάτε και να επαναλάβετε λίγο αργότερα, μια και τα πιατάκια ήταν πολύ μικρά, ούτως ώστε να μην χάσουμε χρόνο από την επόμενη session που είναι και αρκετά σημαντική νομίζω για όλους. Μέχρι ότου η αίθουσα αποκτήσει την πρέπουσα ησυχία, εγώ καλώ στο πάνελ και τους υπόλοιπους ομιλητές, την κυρία Πουρνάρα, αν μ' ακούει.
Let me call to the panel Ms. Purnara as well, Mr. Vizejos Kirikos. I'm going to present them afterwards. I don't know if the lady who represents ECPIZO would like to come on the panel. Okay, we will listen to you during the questions round. You can also take your plates and have them with you. Don't worry about that. We're very relaxed here because we're quite off time, so we might want to hurry up a bit. So until everyone takes their seat, I'm going to make a very brief introduction. Can you all see me? Can you all hear me? Okay, we're good. So in an effort to connect our today morning session with what we're going to do now, if you can just be a bit quiet. Can you all hear me? So, in the morning, as you saw, we went through a very detailed presentation of the upPE-T program, and we saw that truly on a European Union level, apart from the new strategies that we have for waste management, we also have a very extended research and important working units and programs within the 2020 horizon, which try to take us a step further. We heard about plastics. I would also like to put things into their real level with regards to our country and the EU and the tries we had toward going to a different logic when it comes to waste management. A new way of collection and designing of products is on foot. We have a strategy for the integrated policy of products, which gradually is put into practice and is being implemented. There are delays, of course, which are foreseen, first of all, because some things are experimental. They need to be tried until they reach to the reality level. And of course, we have pushback from the other side. Any new an innovation will have impacts on the industry, on the market, and that creates lobbies that we find on our opposite sides, and we are trying, and the European Commission is trying to resolve such issues. We also have Ms. Purnara with us, who is a representative of EcoCity, and is going to help us understand that part. And is going to help us understand what it's all about, the changes in products. It has begun with concrete and it goes on to other products as well. Before I present the exceptional friends by this point and partners that I have by my side, I would like to present, because I've heard about the death of Miss Vaso Papandreou. I was an employee of the Ministry of Environment for years. She was my minister. I have collaborated with her on many occasions. It is a truly historic person within the PASOK party. She was the first Greek commissioner, the first woman commissioner in the European Union. And death is part of life, and because life is stronger than death, that's what persists. And I have been working in the local government for years
I've been in public administration for years, my first time in local government, but I have some things to contribute with exceptional deputy mayors. I have the luck of collaborating with Nora because we're complementing each other. We have common goals, common perceptions. We try to approach citizens in the same way because we're not going to achieve anything on our own. And nothing is going to change if we don't change the way we think and the way we act. The circular economy that we heard, and we heard several exceptional things, but the thematic of this roundtable is circular economy, how we work in this framework, on every level of this framework, and of course on the municipality level, for us to go into the reality of the matter. I have by my side on the panel Mr. Adamandios Skordilis. He's a colleague for years. He was the former general director of the Hellenic Recycling Organization. He's now a scientific consultant for circular innovative solutions. Dr. Philippos Kiritsos. He's an environmentalist and he's the president of the Ecological Society for Recycling. I also have Mr. Loukatos here, a close friend of mine, as a representative from SEPAN, the Association of Companies of Recycling and Energy Reclaiming. He represents a career that is active within this subject and is close to the industry. We also had announced Mr. Fragoulis Krokos, who is the representative of the Hellenic Standardized Organization. A lot right now has put on a committee to take on changing standards. However, Mr. Fragoulis could not be with us today, and so Ms. Purnara is going to bring us some of these views. She is an executive committee member in ECOS. She is going to explain what ECOS is. It's an NGO that is in conversation with the European Commission, and we were going to have Mr. Iliopoulos here too, but he could not be with us. He was from the Hellenic Solid Waste Management Company. We have the owner and president of the Fardzeko Hellas company, Mr. Vitsentos, a recycling company, and also the president of the Association of Greek companies of recycling for animal materials, which is important for the management of animal byproducts and dangerous materials and dangerous waste. When it comes to the municipalities, we don't really deal with dangerous waste, but we do have to manage dangerous waste in general, and so it will be quite interesting to hear about that aspect too. So let's start with the people closer to me, let's say. Let's start with Mr. Adamandios Skordilis. My questions are a bit more general, I would say. They draw on your experience about where we are today regarding these challenges that are important for the municipalities and the country, the percentages that we need to achieve, the sorting that very few of us have been able to double. Biocomposting is also a prevalent issue. Plastics are also in the center of our attention. And I think that's where I would like you to touch upon. Thank you very much for the invitation. Honestly, I will start with something negative. We're not where we should be. That goes without saying. You know, it's not just about Greece. In general, if we examine our global status, we're talking about circular economy, essentially mimicking nature and what we reject and reuse what we reject or recycle it. But we see that more than 8 or 9% on the global scale, we could not reach a more than 8 or 9% of circular economy on a global scale. And in Greece, we're on lower levels than that. We're talking about periodic waste, which is essentially a preventative recycling of these materials, so that we could use as little material as we can. In 2025, 7.5 billion population around the globe, and it's going to increase even more. That means that we're going to be needing 3 times more resources that we are already using. Where are we going to find that? Can we find a second planet providing us with that resources? At least for the time being, we have not found a second planet where we could draw resources. So we need to do something. And for some materials that are quite important, we won't have any resources from those minings. For example, copper. We all know how significant copper is in our activities. So you see that we need to do something. And of course, when it comes to recycling, I would just like to mention a few things because it's my area of expertise for years. Without innovation and new technologies, we cannot go anywhere. We are already using technologies in contemporary factories and facilities. Röntgen, ultraviolet radiation, and tomography, and blockchain, as weird as it might seem, not referring to Bitcoin though, which if used correctly, we are going to understand our mistakes, and we are going to see why we can include in therein all the improvements that we want to implement. AI is very important in this effort. With these new systems, we will truly be able to build, to manufacture better, more sustainable products, and to improve our technologies, and in general, to essentially go much further into circular economy. And finally, a final but definitely not least part is recycling, which is not really a trend, is something that has been around since many years ago, since the ancient times, really. For example, the very walls of Troy or the Colossus of Rhodes have been produced and manufactured by previously used materials, meaning that the notion of recycling is not new. Of course, we did discover the modern meaning of recycling a few years later, since the 60s, really, when the Club of Rome put forward, and the intellectuals there put forward the issue and where our planet would be if linear economy were to go forward as was. So using innovations, using the latest technologies, we can go forward. But despite all that, because I have been in cutting-edge technology for many years, you will also see that industrially developed countries have put as a number one issue the sorting in source, that step of the procedure. But in order to have sorting at source, we need to inform the public. And the most important thing, we need to be reliable. When everyone is asking why recycling does not work in Greece, it's an issue of reliability. The state, the local governments, the systems are not working correctly, let's face it. And here, local governments have a great part to play, and we should salute meetings like that, because it's a step toward information and improving the situations. So it's the local government who is closer to the everyday citizen. If these carriers do not inform the public and not simply puts in an array of blue bins, if citizens see that the vehicles of waste management go through and collect every type of waste together, that's discouraging, certainly. And we do see that the behavior of citizens has been changing. And that is also because of climate change. Now we feel climate change. You don't have to be a scientist anymore to know that climate change is happening. And waste, let me say it in a different way, the only things that can change environmental behavior is waste, because it's something extremely tangible before us. We see it. It's not something more far away, let's say, like carbon dioxide or a plant far away. It's within our very homes. But in order for us to be able to do that correctly, we need to have correct information and reliability. It's the worst thing that can happen when I receive phone calls, for instance, saying that recycling is not happening, you're making fun of us, you're trying to trick us. And people were complaining about that and feeling betrayed, because they did try to separate their garbage, putting them in the correct bin. And that's where, therefore, local government and schools and education in general is going to play a vital role. I wouldn't like to expand too much. Let's keep it a dialogue.
Απλώς ξέχασα να πω. Το πρόγραμμα που ακούσατε...
Well, I forgot to say that this project might be innovative and pioneering, and it's something that the Municipality of Nea Smyrni has launched for the past 4 to 5 years. The new administration has received this program. Some people might say, okay, we don't mind what you're doing and everything that is all will never continue, and this is why there's no continuation of good or other efforts. So we received that, we want to build on that, and we want to take it a step further, because those issues that have to do with recycling are a priority. Apparently, if I say that over the past months we have a presence at schools, we visit schools with Nora on a daily basis, because we know that we need to put our faith to the new generation. They will continue what they have been taught. Okay, we have done our fair share. Currently, we're going through rather dark times, but it is the new generation that will realize the extent of that issue at full when we talk about sorting at source. And in the case of the blue bin, and the blue bins have been there for years, it is unthinkable if you see what's been discarded. And we have 10% waste, and less than 4% of that is recyclable. So you do realize where we're standing today, and you do realize that we still have a very long way to go. Of course, we will get back to you for another round, but let me now give the floor to some others. Normally, we should have Mr. Kirkitsos go in second, and then Andreas would have the floor. Now, Philippos, could you please introduce yourself? Yes, of course. Well, first of all, thank you for this invitation. I am head of an NGO, the Ecological Recycling Company. It is the oldest in that field. When we talk about circular economy, waste management, we operate since 1989, focusing on how to address all those issues. Everything that's been happening and is relevant to waste management is exactly what our mandate is all about. There are many things to talk about. I would just like to make a couple of points. Now, in the case of plastics, we know that plastics fall under the comprehensive management approach. There are some standalone policies or tools, but they need to fall under a more comprehensive approach in order to consider that issue as well. A short comment on legislation. We heard many things about that. We have always had more laws than we could apply. Legislation has always been one step ahead of what we were doing. Deficits and shortcomings were also on the agenda, but this was not necessarily due to the legislation. We do have the proper legal framework available. Today, a new bill has been submitted to the Parliament in order to address DRS and some other recycling-related issues. This is an ongoing process. Well, where Greece is lagging behind is the aspect of implementation and enforcement. We heard about numerous things that have to do with the plastics. I'm talking about the plastics-related tax. In the case of non-recyclable plastics, we talk about significant tax. At the level of the EU, it might account for €100 per ton, 300 up to 800, depending on the country and the way in which it is calculated. It is a very important tool. We're not very familiar with that. Even those of us who might be expert, we don't know that this is also an option. Therefore, if a country has to pay this price, this cost will then be transferred and passed on to the consumers eventually. And we also have the DRS, which is a development that has just come in our country. I will elaborate on that later on. We also have new legal reforms and provisions. Right now at the Commission, we're present there through the reuse, because we participate in the board of this extensive network called Reuse. It's the biggest network for reuse all around the world and in Europe. And it's through reuse that we take part in all this negotiation. New provisions are coming our way. New things are coming our way about plastics, about prevention, about increased rates and quotas and packaging and single-use plastics and the prohibition of plastic bags. All those things grow more and more mature, and we need to keep a close eye on that in order for us to be able to share that with the broader society. Now, when it comes to the broader problem, again, I would just like to raise a few points because I know that I don't have much time to talk to you. I would like to make a short comment about how we can address this issue. Behavior. What do we need? We need reason and concertation. Reason, coordination, discussion. For so many years we have been talking about those issues, but we see there's a lack of concerted energy, let alone corruption and so on and so forth. The lack of reason and coordination is the main reason why those things have not borne fruit. Now, secondly, transposing the directive is one thing, but we also need to implement that. I'm talking about directives because, okay, sometimes we tend to be all cheeky about it. We try to transpose certain goals, certain objectives that in the end are never being met. And this is why I would like to talk only about the directives. Let me also talk about the research bodies, because all research bodies and local administration, the society, in the state, we're all responsible in order for a proper plan to be implemented and address this problem with waste management. The scientific community is another pillar in that effort. We heard about this deficit that has to do with public health. Let me say that bioplastics are less hazardous for the health compared to the traditional polymer-based plastics because we have different raw materials. They should not be put under the same category. We know that there are additives that are added in the production process of bioplastics. Okay, yes, of course, we need to carry further research on that. In the case of microplastics and nanoplastics that have also emerged because microplastics are omnipresent, but nanoplastics is the new thing. And as soon as we started measuring the nanoplastics concentrations, you'd realize that we were blown away. Now, those consequences are being studied as we speak. All birds on that planet have consumed plastics. Every dead bird that is being looked into and studied has ingested plastics. So you do realize that this might also be the cause for the climate crisis. Maybe one of the causes. Anyway, it is a very important problem because it's a worldwide problem. The scientific community needs to address that. We also have the biofuel issue. This is another ongoing issue, and we might see biofuel production through bioplastics. Maybe we need to revisit the issue of new materials. Old materials need to be replaced by new materials that are more environmental friendly. Sorting at source is another aspect that is key. Plastics are problematic for recycling. All plastics create problems and get in the way of the recycling process. This is why they all need to be addressed. Bioplastics also entail risks and raise obstacles. They need to be collected separately. It is a matter of sorting at source for all polymers. Either we talk about plastics or bioplastics. But in the case of bioplastics, we see something different that is positive compared to the brown bean policy that currently runs in our country. We have a separate stream for that waste. We can also dispose of the bioplastics in the composting facilities, and this is not the case with the other polymers in Greece that have to go to dedicated recycling centers. Research has moved forward substantially. Maybe in the future we might have a single stream for recycling, because the waste will be channeled and transferred to automated units where robots will do the sorting. Secondly, what is relevant for the state? I'm just raising a couple points, as you have understood here, and I'm saying things that are self-explanatory. Now, the state needs to move forward with the DRS. According to the directive, this should have been installed and established since yesterday, and now we have a new deadline to the end of 2025, because you do realize that 1 year is not enough to put together the DRS system. And you know the DRS is a complicated issue. In Greece we have too many islands, too many remote areas, so logistics requirements are huge. Now, we also have the Hellenic Recycling Agency representative, and the Hellenic Recycling Agency does not function at full speed. There are many problems, and they say that the producers who are liable to pay say that, okay, why invest all this money in order to do that? The Hellenic Recycling Agency say, no, we have to wait, we will wait for the joint ministerial decision and all that. Those are severe pathogenities. EOAN, the Hellenic Recycling Agency, is challenged by severe understaffing. Mr. Skondilis and myself keep talking about the need to give more staff to the EOAN. This is something that needs to be carefully considered by the state. It's one thing saying, okay, I want that to happen, another thing saying, I want that to happen, and I will do something in order for that to happen. Now, we have also proposed a new alternative management system for the HoReCa waste. This will address the issues faced by the municipalities. And we also have the organic waste issues and the brown bin wastes. HoReCa waste account for 1/3 of the waste, meaning 1/3 of the organic waste. If we create an EPR system based on the producer's responsibility, because hotels and cafes and restaurants generate waste, maybe we could finance, or rather provide adequate financing to the Brown Bean Initiative and program. We had proposed that back in 2010. Mrs. Skordelis was present in that meeting, and he can confirm what I'm saying. And Ms. Birbili wanted to do that, but this never happened. It's still theory. The current government says that they want to do that. Anyway, moving on now to the landfill tax and the end of the plastic bag. the plastic bag fee was adopted it was voted by the parliament, and then we create the relevant fund at the EON, and millions of euros have been accumulated in that fund, and no one does anything with that. Nothing gets back to the returns to the society. We might have the same fee, the recycling fee, the plastic bag fee. This might be collected and so on and so forth. We had submitted various proposals about how we can make the most out of that, and maybe the supermarkets could also return that directly to the consumers rather than having the state accumulating all that money. And then we also have the SEV, and the previous government and the current government has adopted the pay-as-you-throw initiative. But all the financing programs that were supposed to be adopted last year for numerous red tape related reasons were not implemented, and now we have gone back to being in a state where we need to give money to 30 or 40 municipalities in order for them to start with that processes. Brown beans. Okay, they're living on the edge here. We know that, but they don't go anywhere with that because we have nowhere to take that organic waste. Even if we have somewhere to take that organic waste, we don't take them. Why is that? Because the local administration is not focusing on that, is not doing anything about that. And this goes beyond local administration, also has to do with the state. No one does a job properly. We have submitted concrete proposals for the brown bean in order to use the old landfill sites that are now flat, free, and create big composting facilities in order to meet the needs of the entire country. In an old landfill site, those premises, composting premises, can be set up in no time, over a few months, and this can be very economical. We believe that's less than 15 euro per ton. And when you compare that with other facilities, we will have 30 up to 40 euro per ton. Could you realize how the difference that will make? Many other proposals have been submitted in order to promote the brown bean initiative. Right now, we have tens of thousands brown beans stocked, piled up in the municipalities. In the case of Attica, for example, we have somewhere to take this organic waste. We have the EMAC factory, the MAC facility at Anolosia, and all the municipalities might collect that and get that over there. It does not mean that the MAC operates at top of its capacity. No, we are performing the sort and source wrong. We are doing that all wrong. So the state needs to do something with the sorting facilities and the creative reuse of materials facilities. Those things need to be revisited by the state. And I just want to raise all these points for the benefit of those who listen from abroad. Now, when it comes to the local administration, what can they do? Prevention, to begin with. This is a word empty of meaning in the case of local administration. Right now in Europe, we have thousands of prevention programs. All the municipalities of the past 20, 25 years have been running similar programs. So we have just woken up and smelled the coffee. We're saying, let's go over there, let's make a program, but no one believes in that, so nothing moves forward. Prevention is key. Prevention can account for a huge reduction rate for waste production. And now landfill accounts for 75%. Prevention of waste production is key in that effort. And then we can also consider recycling and all other methods and approaches. Prevention needs to rank very high on top of our agenda in order to consider resources reallocation. In the case of landfill and other approaches, we all need to opt for prevention. Brown bean, I've already talked about that. My third point was to ensure the collaboration across the various local administrations in the case of sorting facilities, because we might have a green space created in a municipality. Some people might go against that, saying that no, I don't want that to be next to me. And the local administration is always trying to seek out and pursue more votes, so they will never do that and they will never implement those green spaces. I have witnessed that firsthand. Those things are things that will repeat themselves in the future. Green spaces need to be part of the municipality. They shouldn't go outside the municipality, because in that way the needs of the citizens will never be met. The same applies with the creative reuse of material spaces. And of course, we also have the pay-as-you-throw initiative, and right now local municipalities don't want to hear anything about that, because normally we have more than 100,000 municipalities and they should have been implemented as of January 2023. And this is what we were talking about, implementation. More than 100,000 municipalities simply don't bother to deal with that issue. But if you ask them, they say, okay, but the state has not given us any money in order to deal with that. Okay, you didn't receive any funds. But again, when you implement the pay-as-you-throw principle, then the cost is less for you. And we also have the live IP at the very βουλευριασμένη municipality where the relevant studies have been carried out, and we can see that the proper implementation and integrated management can reduce the overall cost for waste management. Therefore, you do realize that we are here discussing on false pretenses, on the wrong grounds. We keep blaming each other. No one's bothers doing anything correctly. No one takes that seriously. And the last things that municipalities should do is informing the citizens. Awareness raising. Everyone's in favor of communication, but how much money is being spent on information communication? This is what they should disclose, not just saying that of course we're in favor of communication. If they don't spend a single penny on that, then they cannot run proper communication actions. They have to finance that, because that will guide the paradigm change in the citizens' behavior. Of course, money is not enough, but we do have a return in the fees. And we have said that you can increase by a few pennies the fees on that side and essentially invest it into communication that will, after a while, reduce your costs. Because if you allow, differentiate the amount to the blue bins, then that is transferred back to the TPR. We shouldn't see that issue on the short-sightedly. We can approach that issue on in a different way. Everyone, the municipality, for instance, will invest 100,000 on communication. We went door to door to inform people on a 60,000 budget, and next year they reduced that budget by 60,000 euros. And so essentially I come back to, let me just pause here. I explained all the bad things and I'm here for any questions. So that was a lot, many truths, many hard truths. And we are very interested in all that because, as you said, Philippa, we have not understood the what we have to gain from several actions. The 18 sites for the first landfills were authorized, and only one was implemented in Philly, and that's where we are. The malpractices are many, and the European partners here can attest that many countries in the European Union have similar problems, maybe not to that extent, because you have taken action on several issues several years back, and you are more promoted in several issues. But that's where we're aiming, and we do have. That's why we take part in these scientific programs. The local governments need to put in place what is stipulated by law, and if we don't do that, it's going to be much more difficult to do that in the future if we don't start now. Because we have many representatives from the Greek Recycling Organization and other environmental organizations, they may take the word after everyone has finished. I'm going to give the floor to Ms. Anthipournara to give us the European perspective of what is going on the standard level. The point is that standards change industry is reacting, is pushing back, but that's going to stop because financial programs being prepared by the European Union for the modernization of facilities are significant, are quite extensive for new things to take place. And we know that very well from the example of concrete and from Titanas specifically, who was a pioneer in that field and took the first step into implementing European Union policies that have been on the level of the talks for several years, and to this day only few products have come to implement these policies. So good evening from me too. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's my honor to be here. I'm just going to make a few comments very shortly. I do agree that we need to educate the new generation, but I also need to add that it's our last chance to educate previous generations, because when children come back home and try to educate their parents or grandparents, then for any reason, these grandparents or parents might learn something new. And I would like to give you my congratulations, because today you only used glasses and plates, which on other occasions is quite ironic to go on environmental meetings and see the abuse of single-use plastics. So that's just my two comments on that. So I'm going to be as brief as possible. I am Anthi Purnara. I am a chemical engineer. I am a member of the executive committee of ICOS. ICOS is an international organization that has to do with standardization. It's a network of NGOs based in Brussels. Its expertise is the establishment of environmentally friendly standards and regulations, and it coordinates with political carriers and other organizations in order to make sure that standards promote the protection of the environment. We also opened our new offices in Nairobi, in Kenya. Gradually, the European Union has started focusing in Africa, that faces the greatest environmental problems in our future. For anyone who is not very familiar with standards, I'm just going to briefly mention that it's an agreed upon set of rules or guidelines, really. It's about materials, services, processes. We know that we have them around us, but we don't know that they are. We have fundamental standards like terminology, contracts, or symbols like kilograms, for instance. Secondly, some methods of testing and analysis. For example, the labeling of electronic devices. A third type of standards are requirement products. For example, A4 type paper follows specific standards. And also we have standards like ISO standards. The way they are important to the environment is for environmental performances and for commercial reasons alike. They promote innovation and they influence decisions on a political and social level. Let me just make a segue here and refer to Global Plastics Treaty. Some of you may not be very familiar with that. It's the Global Treaty for Plastics that is being carried out under the auspices of the United Nations and aims at ridding plastics and reducing the production and use of plastics through alternative methods, boosting recycling and imposing strict rules for waste management. It started in 2022 with the INC committee meeting, Intergovernmental Committee, which is an intergovernmental committee, and we hope that until 2025 it will have concluded its negotiations so that
the treaty can be ratified on plastics. The treaty on plastics can be ratified. I segued this way because we take part in this committee and these negotiations, supporting the creation of stricter rules to reduce plastic pollution on a global scale. The action of ECOS, Environmental Coalition Standards, this is what it stands for. When it comes to battling plastic pollution, I'm going to very briefly mention the 4 pillars. The first one is promoting sustainable standards for plastics, because as we cooperate with ISO and SEN to integrate a criteria having to do with use, rejection of plastics. For example, the use of recyclable materials. The second pillar has to do with the reduction of use of single-use plastics. We try to create standards to reduce the use of these kinds of plastics and to promote the use of reusable material. The third pillar has to do with promoting circular economy and recycling, because ECOS is pushing to promote, to create standards to recycle plastics and set in place policies to enhance recycling. And fourthly, it has to do with microplastics and the way we can introduce less into the environment. This is what we are doing in Brussels, essentially. It's good to know that there are projects on the background that are running. NGOs are there that push governments and the European Commission and carriers toward a direction of a protection of the environment, and so we have an ongoing debate. Who is winning that debate is not always certain, and we don't know where we're going, who wins always, but we are trying, and of course we're trying on at the level of the Parliament and the European Commission as well. And I'm just saying that because it's not that regulations and legislations just pops out of nowhere. We have many years of research and debate, which is the product of compromise, essentially, and then the national legislation is trying to align with the EU legislation, and then we have the practical implementation, and as you heard, we are facing many challenges on that. In that sense, you can have a fuller picture of where we're at and what we're doing, and I'm going to give the floor to our next speaker, to Mr. Andreas Loukatos, who on the part of the industry and his personal experience when it comes to waste management, we invite him to share his beliefs, his views. Thank you everyone for inviting me in this meeting. Before I say a few words of this association, because Margarita mentioned the Municipality of Nea Smyrni, I'm glad to hear that the municipality carries on the work that they have found, because the former mayor, when the former mayor was the mayor, had started a first effort to recycle paper in the schools. And I think Mr. Koulias here had been a part of that effort. So back then, we had focused on paper in schools, and the municipality was was taking this paper and giving it to paper facilities, paper factories. And we also had a small-scale aluminium recycling. That was back in 1994, but then the scheme was abandoned. The Association of Recycling Companies is the association that focuses, that combines all the enterprises that are active in the circular economy. We cannot have circular economy without industry, without the industry. The most important thing, if we don't have an end user of industrial scale for the material, the sorted material, then we go nowhere. Let me just say at this point that we do have this tragic coincidence that Ms. Vassou Papandreou died today. The first recycling law was put forward when she was the minister. I often bring forward this example, this rather tragic example, since the old Europe, the Europe of the 15 member states that existed before the member of former Soviet Union joined the European Union, we are always the last country when it comes to environmental issues. That's my problem, that we're constantly at the last level, and we are being we see countries that were integrated into Europe after us being better at environmental legislation. We do see that European legislation is gradually becoming more viable, more friendly toward the environment, and we haven't even done the first steps, and then we're called to take even more advanced steps. If we looked back, one of the greatest problems were that the central administration and local administration could not coordinate properly to advance as much as was necessary. There were some exceptions, and Ms. Papandreou was one of these exceptions. We also had games played between responsibility shifts among the various authorities, and we had the Ministry of the Environment and the local authorities that were disagreeing of who was responsible for local waste management. And Ms. Birbili here was the first Ministry of the Environment in 2009-2010 that put this issue forward. And in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, we did see some progress there. It has brought fruit to some extent.
Now, Ms. Charitopoulou showed you the management pyramid, and she said very accurately that we need to start with prevention, and then at some point we need to get to the disposal through landfilling once the whole stages have been followed regarding the rethink, the reuse, and so on and so forth. Now, when it comes to the level of the economy and the organization of the society after 2014, that's 10 years ago, this is what circular economy has been pursuing. Many things can be told about circular economy. I would say two things. It is an economy, Ms. Pisani talked about that, it is an economy that plans production on the rationale that at the end of the day we need to generate less waste. Therefore, in light of all the natural resources we have, we move on to having them better, let's say, modified in order to meet our demands, and at the end of the day we want to have less waste generated, because thanks to the high level and high quality of reuse, energy recovery and recycling of the waste that will eventually be generated, no matter the proper planning, no matter the prevention strategies, we want to have a very good quality so that they can go back in the stream. Either we talk about plastics, organic waste, or glass, or paper, or metal, that is key. So all that waste needs to return to the production cycle as secondary raw material. This means that they will not be disposed of as simple waste. That's the cost towards the zero waste society. We need to have them returning and re-entering the production process. That's more or less the things I want to say in layman terms. I just wanted to put circular economy in layman terms. Now, no one expects from the local administration to make product design because this falls beyond the purview of its mandate. When I talk about local administration, I'm not only talking about Nea Smyrni or any other specific municipality. In general, local administration needs to organize waste management in a way that will mean the following: less waste, waste of higher quality, waste that returns to the production cycle. We heard you talking about the alternative waste system. When we have the alternative waste management system, then the mayor should be able to sit back in their chair saying that the alternative system should do the trick for me, and all I have to do is making sure that it's doing a good job. But this has never happened. And why is that? Well, for numerous reasons. We have been playing hide and seek with the blue beans. Well, the blue beans was an amazing conception at its time. Back then, exceptional. It was exceptional. I have criticized numerous initiatives, but back then it was an excellent initiative because it was a very smooth transition towards recycling, because all the households had access to a single bin and they were able to dispose their garbage over there. But today we're at a different point, and throughout this history I have never seen an alternative system that has been able to deliver itself, because these systems do not deal with the blue beans. The municipalities collect the blue beans and so on and so forth. Therefore, we have a structure that, according to my point of view, has not been that helpful. This is not the single reason why. There are numerous more causes, but let me say something different. I would just like to say that we need to call a spade a spade. Therefore, this is what happens in recycling. If you don't have any money, you won't get anywhere. Recycling is an amazing and extraordinary way to manage waste. Waste that is generated after prevention measures have been implemented, after the reuse and so on and so forth, all the things that we have already mentioned. But this does not mean that it is cheaper compared to any other waste management option. In this room, I find myself I have found myself here participating in another meeting back in 1998 when we had a representative of the ministry attending this meeting back then, and when the following question was asked, who is responsible for recycling, for waste management, in Greece, he said it's all about landfilling. Okay, that was a part of the truth, but back then we didn't have 100% landfill rates. The Diamantis might remember that because he holds a relevant position in the ministry. Maybe that accounted for 10% of the waste disposal. We had the uncontrolled waste disposal areas over there. Now, what has done in the meantime? Okay, today we have 75% of center landfilling and a very small percentage of uncontrolled disposal. Anyway, that's a process that we have followed. But why has happened? Because back then it was very cheap. Okay, it's obvious. I know that landfills are cheaper compared to any other sort of investment. That's why we need to have the landfill tax implemented. Because the landfill tax that was not an issue of reinventing the wheel. No. We had back in 2010 the office of Miss Birbili. She wanted to replicate a measure that was already adopted in Great Britain. Great Britain back then was part of the European Union, despite the fact that due to silly policies it's opted out. But among the developed countries, it was one of the less developed countries in terms of waste management and recycling, because they were actually using landfilling. So in an effort to move away from landfilling as soon as possible, they introduced the landfill tax because they wanted to add a new cost that reflected the external environmental cost of that management. And that way they were able to make landfill tax a comparative edge, advantage or disadvantage compared to a more advanced solution. Therefore, landfill tax is a prerequisite in order for our country to make its way towards circular economy. Proper use, it's another point of discussion. I can fully sympathize with our municipality that says it's not my job to create the right waste treatment plants. But that's partially true, because the makers say it's up to the state. But okay, it's semi-true, because we cannot blame any given municipality. It has to do with the Hellenic Society for Solid Waste Management. Now, how this landfill tax can be allocated, that's another topic of discussion again, but still, it is a valuable tool that can generate resources for recycling as soon as the money collected under the landfill tax is indeed given to finance the recycling process. Throughout that course, I think we talk about plastics, and I don't want to become very specific. I think we talk about other waste that might end up being secondary raw materials. Apparently, we know that there's a whole chain. There are periods of research. For example, the programs that we have seen today. That's the way in which the scientific community operates. That's how it's going to bring forward the relevant solutions, and it's up to the industry to adopt the solutions. Of course, it has to do with the cost-effectiveness ratio, the cost of the solution per se, and this is where the state steps in, because they need to provide incentives and, of course, the relevant sanctions. Those measures can further facilitate and boost this paradigm shift, and can also have the right sanctions. Given the situation of our economy and our society and the crisis that we have gone through, we know that this is not an easy path to follow. We heard a few things about the brown bean earlier. As it is the case in our municipality or any other municipality, we know that the municipality should move forward with raising awareness. And like we heard by Mr. Kirkitsis, what is collected in the brown bean could go to the old demaking facilities so that it can undergo the relevant treatment and processing. But if all of a sudden all the stakeholders were able and willing to respond properly, then the brown beans would not be enough. But given that everyone knows that no one cares about that, they're currently running a more education-focused approach with this limited number of brown beans. And I'd like to conclude by saying that, of course, information is necessary, but under one condition. Information needs to correspond to actual real-life solutions. If I don't know how to figure out what the recycling industry will look like, if I don't know how the collection will happen, no matter the type of material, no matter the stream, then information is pointless. Because we will end up to the unreliability issue that Mr. Skordelis talked about, because something in that chain goes wrong. It has been a few years now that when I visit an island, Greece, personally, due to my personal interest, I followed a brown bean collection truck and I saw them going to the landfill site. Okay, if we don't have a clear view of the end solution, an industrial and scaled up solution, then we will end up being unreliable and all this effort has been futile. And in order to conclude, everyone should do their fair part. It's a very good opportunity having this event being held in the local administration, because this plays a very important role It falls within the purview of its mandate, but this does not mean that the local administration should become businessmen or anything else. They need to play their role, the role of their mandate, in the context of the comprehensive shift and transition towards circular economy. That's all. Thank you, Andreas. I believe that everyone was very interested and intrigued by what you said. And I would like to build on what Andreas said. It is true that in our country, even before transposing this or the other directive, we might have another piece of law coming in, and we keep rushing ourselves in order to keep up with developments. And the administration itself sometimes unable to perceive the value and the significance of all those issues. Back in 2010, we talked about 2010, it has been a very important period back then with the landfill sites. So many mistakes were made. Things that were running counter to recycling. We had the facilities expanding across endless surfaces, the merger of landfills and landfills that were never restored or were never shut down. This was all conspicuous to the European Union, and we were rushing ourselves to move where? Nowhere practically. So throughout the years, those things have developed and grown. And it takes specific agenda. When it comes to the Municipality of Nea Smyrni, we do recycle, or at least all the streams are there, and we collaborate with numerous societies and associations. But, again, the administration fails to perceive the value of collaboration with the citizens. This is not the only topic. In general, this is an overall trend. This is what we're striving to do, to achieve and ensure proper collaboration, proper education. Now, having said that, and since we know that municipalities have conventions with numerous recycling agencies for the recycling of various streams, one of the streams that we currently focus on is oil. Now, from Fargeco Hellas, we have Mr. Vitsentos, who is the owner and president of Fargeco Hellas, as well as the Greek businesses for the management of animal byproducts. And he's going to share his own view about his experience in general. In his experience from the collaboration with the municipality, and given that he deals with the process of animal byproducts, which are extremely hazardous waste if they're being disposed anywhere without having gone through the relevant processing, they might contaminate the aquifer, they might destroy the soil and the air, and therefore they perform a substantial work. And we would like to listen to his perspective of the program. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you. Good evening to all. I'm going to try in my rather broken Greek to give you some information on the animal waste, animal byproduct management. Animal byproducts do not fall under the regulation of waste management because it's not considered waste. It has a regulation on its own of about 1,000 pages. We would need several weeks to go into that, but I'm going to be very, very brief because we're all tired, as I say. Animal byproducts has the 1069 regulation of 2009 and another regulation of 2011 that regulates them. I am a representative of the Association of Greek Companies of Management of Animal Byproducts. And now, at the moment, we are 4 units, 4 rendering units really taking part in this association. We don't have many such units across Europe because we don't have so high needs. I'm not going to give you all the complaints on the issue, and I might be the only one, because I think that the level of animal byproducts management in Greece is on a good level, so we have tackled a significant part of this problem. So I'm going to explain that animal byproducts are skin, bones, blood, dead animals that are a category on their own, that gives us the opportunity to give extreme value to these products. As Fargeco, myself, as an end user, I can tell you that we collect 150 tons across Greece of animal byproducts of type 3, category 3 byproducts that are non-hazardous byproducts that comes from retail shops like supermarkets or butcher shops. These byproducts are transferred with special vehicles with approval by the Ministry of Agricultural Development to our units, and there we produce modified animal proteins and modified animal fat, which the modified meat protein is essentially the basis for feedstock for animal for pets. It can even be used for as a fertilization substance for the soil. The modified fat, animal fat, is turned into biodiesel, and at its greatest part, and 4% is turned into glycerin for pharmaceutical uses. So you can understand that it's a fully circular economy. The field is quite extended, and the laboratories, the great producers of these byproducts, like meats, like slaughterhouses, they don't usually throw away anything apart from specific products that are allowed by the regulation. We do have a problem around the municipalities of Greece, and that's why we build this association, to be able to improve collection and management. Butcher shops and fish shops, that's where we face the most important problem to this day. Nea Smyrni is a good example because we have 70% of shops of Nea Smyrni participating in our program. It is a program that is costly. It's not very costly, but still that means that in practical terms would mean a 40 euro per month for a mean butcher's shop. It's not something extremely extravagant. We can go by twice a week to give them all the necessary equipment and forms, etc. We also have the category 1 byproduct, which is a hazardous animal byproduct, and these are dead animals. And I think that here in the municipality of Nea Smyrni, Fargeco is finishing with the collection of these dead animals found in the streets, and mainly our country has been put to the tests in July with some of these diseases like the plague of the small ruminants, and these were very important issues. We were the only ones that took on some of the management of this plague, and we managed 12,000 animals. And I think that today we are going to take the last 400 from Corinthia, and we do hope that this plague situation is over now. You understand that this was a very important issue and it needs to be resolved. On the other part, that is used cooking oil part, we have here in the Nea Smyrni municipality put into place bins that every household can collect their used cooked oil and throw them away. They need to make sure that they have sealed it quite thoroughly, and this cooked oil, after being processed in our facilities, is biodiesel, is turned into biodiesel at 100%. So depackaging, I need to stress, is not done directly, manually. We do that. We have 20 tons of material. None of that goes to any landfill. At least we don't have any bins provided by the municipality. So all these packages, all these waste that comes from our unit goes for RDF, which is the alternative fuel for concrete industries here in Greece. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share that with you. Thank you very much for being here, and that's why we chosen you to be here. You are doing exemplary work. I have visited your facilities, and I am completely thrilled about what you're doing, and that's why the Municipality of Nea Smyrni has been participating in these programs and has been doing well, I think, when it comes to cooked oil collection and with byproducts as well alike. One of the main problems of circular economy is what we do with byproducts in order for us to be able to give life to and create new resources, essentially. So I think that your example is a very good example of how we achieve something and how we give value to these byproducts. So just let me just add a comment. Every municipality, in the regulations of sanitation that they need to have provisions for animal products. The municipality under no circumstances are obligated to collect animal byproducts from producers, because they are professionals. The fisherman, for instance, the fishmonger cannot throw away fish byproducts in common bins. And next week we will issue a guide at Mina Greek website for butcher shops and fish shops alike. Do you maybe want to give us something, the representative of the Greek Circular Recycling Association? Organization. And we also have Eleni Konstantopoulou here that would like to add something. And let me not forget that we had Laki Koukiasas with us, who was honored in awarded in 2018 from Eco City for his life work, which is not a circumstance, which is not, unfortunately he's left now. I would like to express my gratitude for his life work, actually. And this is the example that we're following. It's his example that we're following. So let me give the floor to Ms. Charitopoulou first. So we can't say, there's not much to say really. We have said pretty much everything, but the agency of the Hellenic Recycling Agency has 54 employees, and after several phases we have gone through, the maximum employees we had was 19, and now we're back to 13 employees really. with a volume of work to monitor 25 systems of alternative management with a great volume of work for each one of them. And so it's easy to understand that we have several economic profits, economic interests there behind. We also have another 10 systems, another new 10 systems that we need to put into place. And so you can understand that we are in over our heads, essentially, in work. So why haven't we taken faster steps so far? I'm not sure. We are the ones responsible to answer that, and I'm not even sure that we can answer that in general right now. But when it comes to the Hellenic Recycling Agency, it should be the principal leverage to push forward every one of these actions, and the basic monitoring agency. That is true. That goes without saying. What remains to see is how we will be able to manage that, and why we haven't managed that so far. In comparison to other countries, however, we need to stress that I don't really know that there's a single agency for all waste in any country. It might be the case in France, but it still has less responsibilities, and obviously it employs many more employees. So I can't really add anything else, because we do need to do something more, and we do need something more on the level of administration in general. The environment, the Ministry of Environment, also should take steps and face these challenges and figure out what the agency needs to do, maybe less responsibilities. Or perhaps the agency might be more independent of central administration. I'm not sure I can take a position on that.
Thank you for being here with us today. And again, we are going to collaborate because we as the municipality are trying to do our best. You do the same. Now, the lady from Ekpizo would like to have a word. Miss Sofia Konstantopoulou.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Θα ήθελα να πω στην κυρία Χαριτοπούλου που την γνωρίζω και από άλλα.
Well, I would just like to say that coming up with an answer to those questions is the thing that will allow us to move forward and come up with the right solutions in waste management. Now, I'm here to represent Elinia. It's an institute for health and safety at the workplace, and we carry out occupational hazard assessments. And we have done a lot of things, especially in the case of education. We have tried health safety inspectors and occupational physicians. At the same time, given that there is a government gazette talking about the personal protective equipment in the local administration, and there is an extensive reference being made in this piece of law, of course, we want to have more collaboration with all the municipalities. I'd like to say that in the case of recycling, we collaborate with Mr. Skordilis, and we hope that we will be able to take a few steps forward. In late November, we will organize a conference at the Athens Concert Hall. We will focus on health and safety at the workplace, but we will also have a session talking about the climate crisis, climate change, and its impact on the health of people. And I would like to say that health and in general the exposure to harmful substances is a very important issue. So the main goal of all surveys would be to address that very point. Thank you, Sophia, for that. If there are no other questions, are there any other questions? Now, Elsa. Hello, everyone. I would like to speak an account of the health sector, because we keep talking about the impact on humans and the health. We need to live healthy, we need to grow old healthy. Therefore, all those things are good and well. Theory is good and well. But when it comes down to practice, what happens? When we talk about medicine, you do realize that we do have a solid scientific background, but we need to implement all theory at the level of the population. And in the middle stands the state. If the theory cannot be translated into practice, we will never achieve anything. We will keep repeating ourselves, talking about the same and the same. We will have some group therapy, but the result will be more or less the same. Therefore, it requires for concerted action and effort undertaken by everyone. Information awareness raising are needed. Every day, I get in touch with simple citizens, and we know that prevention is our main our main drawback, and prevention education starts early on in life. We could start with the toddlers, and this is what we need to do. Concerted effort is required, and I cannot help but wondering, having listened to all these things, if I see that under the perspective of my capacity as a physician, in the case of bioplastics and so on and so forth, if I got it right, bioplastics are not hazard-free. Okay, they might be biodegradable, they might be reusable, but if I got it right, the relevant studies, the relevant research has not been carried out so that we can have evidence-based bioplastics production, meaning that there's no impact on human health when we talk about the endocrine disruptors that also affect metabolic diseases, obesity, diabetes mellitus, cancer, and so on. No one has been able to provide this evidence yet. There's still a long way to go. This is what I care about. I don't want people to die from myocardial infarction. I don't want people to die from obesity. And we know that obesity is a sort of a pandemic. We will shortly have 1 billion of obese people. I'm afraid that here in Greece we rank first in Europe in the case of childhood obesity. Well, until recently, all those toys and things that we give to our children and are full of phthalic acids and lecithin and other acids, when pregnant women consume and ingest all those things, and those things through the placenta reach the embryo. Have you ever considered all those things? I believe that if we start talking about those things to the people, because people are simply not aware of all those things, they will be shocked. The comments are off the microphone. I would like to thank the physician. I would just like to say that in case of environmental epigenetics, those things will not disappear with us. They will be passed on to the next generation and will take the form of various diseases, cancer, metabolic syndromes, and things that we have already identified. But this will affect at least 3 more generations unless we stop that exposure. Therefore, epigenetics is what will give the answer and the solution through the DNA methylation process. The question is off the microphone. Well, I have a question. And see if someone can provide an answer. Let's take one of our clothes, and we wash that. It might be a synthetic, not a cotton blouse, a synthetic blouse. I believe that 90% of the clothes we buy are synthetic. What does it emit in every washing cycle? 1900 microplastic fibers, and all that is being emitted and excreted to the sewage system in one washing cycle. If you consider what's happening and what goes all around, and you combine that with what we mentioned before about allergies and the autoimmune diseases, no one knows who it comes for, you do realize that this is madness. We're living in a madness. What does research do? Well, research tries to improve things. It takes long. we know that it takes years and years, because if it's not tested, then it will never be applied and implemented. But we need to be grateful for having that research, having that option. Medicine develops thanks to research. And let me get back to the project and explain how important that is, because at least I was attending the whole work that has been undertaken. The more scientific aspect of the work that has been undertaken was presented yesterday. I was literally impressed. I was like, look what's out there. And we need to further support those efforts. You're physicians, you know about all those things, and those things need to be disclosed, need to be shared with others. I have collected data that I don't want to share with you, because I don't want to intimidate anyone. We need something else than fear. We need a vision in order to move forward. And we need to know that civilization brought forward numerous problems. Climate change, to begin with. In the past, we would say, okay, that will happen 100 years. And we see that this pace has been accelerated. And year by year, things deteriorate further. And we will eventually extinct. It's true. I agree with what you said. And the reason why we're doing that is because we want to move a step forward. Another question, because I don't know anything about the animal products that Vincenzo talked about. Well, you're behind the column and we cannot see you. Well, I wanted to ask you, those byproducts are being transformed to become feed for your animals. Is it safe for that to return to the food chain? Because this returns to the food chain, does that have an impact on our health, the human's health? Maybe it would be best to have just grass in order for our animals to feed on. Of course, everything now has burned down, but anyway, those are a few points I cannot help but wonder about. Well, let me start by saying that processed animal protein, processed animal fat is used only to feed pets. Now, they might also be processed in order to end up as fish feed, and this is the case only with those that have been processed inside the slaughterhouses. For example, pindos, ambrosiades, poultry. And they generate poultry meals that are DNA free. What does it mean? This has to do with the ruminants free, because you do realize what had happened with the bovine spongiform encephalopathy in the past. Now, this feed can be given to fish with no impact on their health. Of course, various tests have been run, and the relevant law 1069 dictates that we have to run Salmonella and E. coli analysis on every batch. That's all I can tell you. But it does not end up in our plate. Now, if the comment of the moderator is off the microphone.
For anyone who might want to add a last comment, I know that a few people want to make a last comment, so Anthi, the floor is yours. Just a very brief comment for what has been said just now. I think that in Greece, and speaking as a professional in the waste management part, I think that we have adopted a restricting policy, a prohibitive policy that creates reactions, and because that can be traced further back. For example, we cannot use plastic straws, for instance. It's prohibited to use that. People, the everyday users, will be bored to follow, to search to see why this is done. They think that it's all a huge exaggeration, even questioning climate change. In my view, we need a prevention culture to gradually culture that, to gradually reduce the use, apart from the incentives that we give to the larger public for our everyday life. An incentive might be the reduction by 10 cents of the price of the product, and we can enhance that. For instance, just think how different would be for each one of us to use one plastic bottle less. That would be much more efficient if every one of us did that small deed, that one person just taking plastics completely of their life. So that would be very, very important for the Greek society, which is very obstinate when it comes to environmental issues, and they are negating many things. They think that it's a political issue and not a scientific one, and this is false because it affects us all regardless of our political beliefs. So prevention might affect more age groups as well, apart from children, and in the long run it would have more significant results. Briefly, very, very briefly, please. So I am going to try to be very, very succinct. I took the floor less, despite the fact I'm in the field of recycling for 40 years now. When we started putting legislation in place, it was six of us who were creating this legislation. The entire legislation for all systems, with the exception of one system that did not, that was not put into place after the 2001 law, because we implemented the EPR, and it did not happen then when the law was voted. It happened 11 years later. When we started building this legislation, it was delayed by 6 years until it was voted in the parliamentary. After we approved these systems, we said that we cannot have recycling without infrastructure. And indeed, the Ministry of Industry at the time gave us funds to make facilities, to build facilities, and we did have some very good facilities. Recycling is not going bad in every single stream. Okay, we can't truly see packaging, examine packaging. Yes, there are streams that do not have good results, but we do well in other streams, despite the problems that we're facing. Recycling today is measured by what arrives to the facility and what comes out of it. But the European Union does not measure it this way. It measures it as the percentage of raw material that you need to have. In the future, we're going to see things that we won't be able to, and goals that we won't be able to reach if we don't set a clear goal, if we're not delayed, and we can follow the process all the way through. If the state delays, when the state changes legislation constantly and they don't implement legislation, when systems don't function well, and when local administration is not operating properly and in cooperation with the systems, it's no wonder why our efforts do not bear fruit. What I believe is that if we see every step separately, we will come to the conclusion that we need to implement each and every one of these steps. If we want to be in circular economy, if we don't want to be embarrassed of our wastes, we do need to do that, because right now we are a bit ashamed of our practices. I'm just going to move to take it from the Amadis. We do have success stories in Greece. For example, the oils and batteries that you see, battery collection points that you see in many spots. And from these successful examples, we can draw ideas. Given the analogies, we are facing, it is a national goal to modernize waste management in Greece. And I don't know if the responsibility is mainly in the state or the local administration or the citizens, but we all need to play our part. And citizens many times intervene negatively in this procedure, hindrance this procedure, and are going against the modernization of waste management. We have many occasions of that. And on many occasions, the politicians are turning a blind eye to these practices of the civilians, and it goes in rounds regarding, depending on the government in power. We need to all take things a bit more seriously to be a bit more effective and take on the responsibility that is ours. And Filipe, a last comment from you. Let me just draw on what the previous ones have said. Let me conclude. What we need to see is the weak chains in circular economy. What are the weak spots and what are our strong points? The research bodies are doing a very good job because they are on a good level and they do receive funding from the European Union. So research is on a good level, and that's why we're here today. If we go into the industry sector, that is also a good example that is also going well, and it has a very important part to play. They do play that part, but the problem in the industry is administration, that on many occasions do not put forward the terms of how the game is played correctly. And so the private sector is part of the solution, but and it's not a weak link at this point. If we go into the systems that are included in recycling, this is the only good thing we have in recycling, despite all the problems that they have. But these systems, if Greece has achieved some goals, is because of the systems of alternative management that we have in place, that private companies are behind these systems and take these things seriously. Next actors is the NGOs of the civil society. They do play their part well to a certain extent. They find the problems and they propose solutions. They don't just complain. They put forward proposals. But when we go to the everyday citizen, to the society, then we have problems because we have politics interfering therein, and we don't have exactly a carrier, an association for the consumers to put forward problems such as this product is not very well, so we need to change it. And so let's go into the weak links of the circular economy, which is none other than the state. When it comes to the government level, yes, we do follow legislation. In general, we do align with the EU regulations, but we have a problem with the implementation, the practical implementation of those legislations. We did try to put forward a new legislative framework, and we were heavily involved in that, and we ended up with a very good monitoring and legislative framework to control and audit the procedures. So a big problem is the auditing, and this plan was not put into practice. We did put the proposed legislation back into the scene, but it was not implemented in practice. And let's go into the local administration, because we need to call a spade a spade. Local administration is falling behind is not living up to their responsibilities or to the role they need to play. We do have exceptions, but unfortunately it's a 5 to 10% of exceptions among municipalities that they want to do something and they actually do it. The rest of the municipalities want to do something, but they only find obstacles and stay inactive. And I'm going to end with an example in the best alternative management system. The best system, as Andrea said, has to do with oils. Yes, it was the best in Europe. However, the previous governments almost terminated its service, its operation. And this entire program, which is now the best program in the EU, would be terminated. You can understand now how the government and the state functions if we cannot coordinate, if we cannot use reason. And that's where we have the biggest problems in coordination and common sense. Thank you very much. I hope we have those back.
I know that we could go on for hours and hours. I know that you're all very tired. I would just like to thank Maria Dimitropoulou from Sympraxis for her restless work, our interpreters, a very warm round of applause for the ladies, our technicians, the catering, and all of you for your patience. And we promise that we will organize more and more interesting discussions. I hope to see you everyone again soon. Thank you.
Παρακαλώ να επιστρέψετε τα ακουστικά διερμηνίας όσοι έχετε πάρει. Και μια φωτογραφία καλό θα ήταν να βγούμε, ναι.
Κάπου να φαίνεται και το έργο.
Ναι. Να σηκωθούμε μάλλον.
Μαργαρίτα, το έργο φαίνεται, γιατί πρέπει να...
Δεν φαίνεται το έργο.
Δεν έχει καμιά φυσούλα κάτω.
Φέρτε.